But anyway. What is the... It's not... Well, it's not black. It's actually... It's green. It's lime. But, I have a green screen. I just like the lime ones, I swear. I don't do it because it's invisible. You know what I should really do? I should just, like, buy, like, a beer cozy or something that has, like, a Coke label and just, like, use that. So it looks like I'm not holding an invisible can. But, speaking of holding an invisible can, I need to make a decision, chat. And I also actually need to look at the patch notes for this game. So the reason I need to look at the patch notes for this game is the last update, Riders of Doom, which is version 70, which means we are officially playing Songs of 6 V70, not 6-7. So shut it, you mortals. This is like a combat update. It reworks a lot of the ways that combat works. Seems to make things easier to follow and read. Historically, I like this game. I fucking hate the combat. I've never enjoyed the combat. There's been various different iterations of it. And every time I've played recently, I've gotten to about the point where things start attacking you and I go, nah, I'm good. And then I quit. Do I turn off combat? That's the decision I need to make. What's bad about the combat? I find it visually really difficult to follow. I find the process of having... So you fight with your population, like your city's population, right? And I think that this game has enough roadblocks in it where that can be very frustrating if you're trying to learn the progression. So, like, if the game punishes you... The game has a lot of mechanics in it that punish you pretty heavily if you lose a lot of population suddenly. As an example, like, you have to upkeep a lot of things for the city to keep functioning. And I've always found it to be very tedious if you lose a battle, which is easy to do if you are bad at the combat. It's very easy to get behind, and when you get behind, it's very hard to catch back up. And if you're not practiced in the combat, it's very easy to lose. And if you're not fully prepared for the combat, it's very easy to lose. I don't really want to poll it. I want to discuss it. Mostly with people who've played recently. Because if I poll it, then anybody just click button and whatever. Also because, like, I think I'm pretty clear about the fact that I kind of don't want to play with combat. So what I'm asking here is, have you played recently? Is the combat better? Is the actual question I have here. May also just play on Sandbox even. Is that... Where even is that coming from? I seem to recall there being another menu there. I'm just looking here for a real quick second. Going like, is there no specific like turn off combat thing anymore now? Or am I like missing it? No, don't save. You know, I could just turn that up. Just be like, don't fight with me. Like, like, everything else I can keep on normal. Determines the aggression of other factions towards you. And determines the chances of being raided. That is a very bug-sounding effect. That very much reminds me, Eric, of not being able to read in Adventure Mode in Dwarf Fortress if you don't have the ability to read in Adventure Mode in Dwarf Fortress. Although apparently you can learn to read in Adventure Mode in Dwarf Fortress now by failing to read repeatedly. So that's kind of neat. Like, if you don't know how to read and you just try to read repeatedly, try a quick battle first. I'm going to say no. And the reason I'm going to say no is I think, like, the parts of the fighting that I don't like is the... It's like in the overworld when they're just like, there's an army in the overworld and they're going to attack you in X number of days, and then you have to send a huge portion of your population to go deal with them. Like, that's the part that I don't like. It's like when you invade off map, I don't mind that part of the combat. It's the fights that happen in your city that I want to avoid as much as possible. Does that make sense? Like, I would consider... So, in YouTube chat, Scotland says, as a Songs of Six vet, I'd turn it off and just enjoy the parts of the game you like. I feel like I'm a vet at this game, purely because of how long I've played it, and how many times I've tried to get into this game, because, like, I always, like, recommend this game with caveats to people when they ask me if they should buy it. And my main caveat is almost always, there are things that I've really liked about this game in the past that are now completely different that I don't like anymore. It's like, on paper, I like everything about this game. But it is an early access game, and it is an early access game that's gone through some pretty seismic changes. And there's enough systems in this game where I'm just like, man, I miss the old one. Where it's harder for me to recommend now than it was 3 years ago. Even though it's a better game now. Like, it's almost going through the RimWorld arc in my mind, where it's like, there's elements of this game that I really like, but there's definitely portions of this game that the developer likes that I don't like. And I'm happy that there's settings where it seems like I can avoid that. Yeah, see, that's why I'm trying to avoid it, Doc Randall, because that's always the point where I go, you know what? I'm good. That's always where I would stop too. Like, I would get like 50, 60 hours into a city, and then the game would be like, your population's all dead. And I'd be like, cool. That feels good. But I don't know. I think it might also just be like the way I learn games. Like, I try to learn games where how do I put this? I like learning games in a matter of, I want to learn all the systems, and if you're going to try and kill me, I want to learn that afterwards. So I think this probably is just the best way to go. But I also feel like I have to relearn this game every time I play it. Now the question is, the ones that I've had the most fun starting with in the past are the elf equivalent, these people, because they are really, 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 really good herders and really interesting, like, for building, like, big livestock fields early. I find that to be quite engaging. These guys are just pretty easy because you can just, like, build farms for them, and they don't hate that many people. The dwarves are finicky, fiddly, and annoying, but once you get rolling, they can have a huge fucking economy. The bugs are awful. Don't like them. Fuck the bugs. It's a bad planet, a bug planet. I've never played as the lizard, reptilian, dino people. And, I don't think I've started as the humans primarily before. I mean, they're really good farmers. Although I think it's really funny that, like, they just kind of hate everybody. The elves, same with the what do you call it? The, whatever these people are. The dragon peoples. Dragon keen, I don't know. I have no idea. Go ask him. Clumpy. I'll be honest, I don't follow the development of this game that closely. I see a new patch and I go, oh, I should play that again. And about 3 months later, I go, yeah, I'll play that again. And we're at about the 3 months later. I mean, this game was supposed to release into 1.0 in 2022 and then again in 2023. And then he said, I don't know, maybe 2025. And now we're into 2026. So, I think the first time I talked with him, he was like, I'm aiming for 2022 1.0 release. All I know is that when I talked to him on Discord for an interview a couple years ago, I learned that he has, I think it's 5 children? Like him and his wife have like 5 kids. And they kept making noise in the background, and it was very adorable. There was one point in the interview that I didn't fully cut, but partially cut, where you hear a small child come running in and handed him a cat. And he's like, I have a cat now. I don't know why I have a cat in my hands, but I'm holding a cat. Yeah, he's like a stay-at-home dad that just works on this video game 18 hours a day. Frisco. Although, stay-at-home dad game developer seems like a pretty decent way to live. Frankly. You're available. So yeah, I'm kind of between the Cretonian or the elves, maybes. I don't want to start as the dwarves again. I did that once and kind of regretted it. What do you guys think, chat? No, totally. I mean, like, to me, I see it like a similar situation to Cogmind, you know? Like, if you're funded, just keep developing it. Like, the people are totally fine to keep buying it, I think. Noobzilla, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Appreciate the prime. Thanks a ton, mate. I mean, what are they good at? Low appetite, good all around, hardy fighters, religiously flexible, must live close to fresh water, dislikes other species, poor farmers. See, that's the hard part, is dislikes other species. I think I'm more interested in starting as the humans, actually, because I don't think I've ever started as the humans. Like, the humans are easily annoyed, like, they're difficult to please, and that's true, because I've played with them quite a bit. But I like the criminal and mentally unstable. It's just like me!
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that?
6 months. That's 3 years of tunes, tangents, and terribly delightful puns. Here's to many more.
I'm trying to make a pun and can't think of one. Like, it comes naturally to me, and then, like, I can't do it on command. Check, and well, JJ said post beers, so post beers for JJ, but also for Alfie, and also hi, Rolf. Dude, you played the dwarves and it was rough? I played as the dwarves the last time I played, and I was able to get it going, and then right as things were getting rolling and stuff was starting to look kind of dope, we got absolutely fucked by raids, and I rage quit the game for 6 months. Which, like, you know. Cheers, Tapioca. Humans are mostly good for the 4X part of the game, so like the overworld. Admittedly, that's a part of the world or part of the game that I've never gotten super deep into. Because that's usually when I kind of nope out. Although, the one point when I did get into the 4X part of the game was, I want to say like version 40 or something, like way back. This was like 2021. I had a city of 15,000 and more or less took over the whole world by auto-battling everything. Well, not the entire world, but like my whole region of the world. That was like the one time that I got really far in. But that was before the entirety of the economy in this game, trading and diplomacy, and there was one other thing. All got reworked, and I understood how the game worked very in depth. And also before housing got reworked. Roll, thank you very much for chucking a gift at Pink Primeval. Appreciate you, mate. That's almost a hype train. The game was very different from back then. Oh no, absolutely. Salty bread is good. Absolutely, very different. So like there was an era where I did get really deep into this game, but that was quite some time ago now. Let me tell you this right now, Eric. In order to like progress, you need to interact with the different systems and trees, right? Back then you didn't. You just needed to have enough food, and people would just kind of keep coming. And there was a few hard roadblocks where, like, if you didn't progress like into a new system, you would stop getting migrants. But those are pretty few and far between, and mostly happiness related. And you could kind of just trade, and if you had a good source of minerals and high value trade goods like clay, you could just like break the game's economy and like you kind of usurp the progression, which is what I did. So, you know. It was gems and pottery was what I was selling. It was like jewelry and pottery actually is what I was selling in that playthrough. You know what? Let's try the humans. Because like I've never done a human specific start, and if we're going easy on the combat, I probably should actually learn how the 4X side of the game works now, because it's been years. That is something that I could say like as a massive plus for this game though, is just the speed at which Jake develops it. Like, you know, I have my issues with this game, but like it's mostly just that this system is not a system I like interacting with issues. It's not like this system is bad inherently issues. And the biggest plus for this game is just the amount that it's changed, because it really shows like the speed that he develops it and like the flexibility that he has for developing it. But let's try this. Chat, you guys can backseat me all you want. Like, go nuts. I'm totally down for like assistance and babbity blubs. I do need to name this human though. What do we name our leader? Our glorious leader. I mean, it was Bob. I just subtracted Bob. John Styx. Trying to, you know, I have a couple Styx records. Global Glorp. Uh-huh. Domo Aligato? I could be like... How do I... Like, that's obviously the erase, but... Hold left mouse button to draw. Ah, okay. Hold? Okay, that tooltip is backwards then. What? Mr. Roboto. Maybe like a little bit of this. Domo. Yeah. Chat gets it. We're very creative. We are the sticks. What do I have? I've got the nudist available. Excuse me. This title originates from from a certain mad despot in the far north. Okay, what does this do? It gives up okay, so each race that you unlock in this title with will make its boosts more potent by 8.3%. Okay. And then there's the artisan, which is just a very small... Huh. That seems like actually a pretty big boost to speed. I mean, self-esteem is a very difficult thing to improve in one's life, Ethan Gaming. Hang in there, mate. I may still pick some unlocked. Wait, I can have more than one? Oh, I see. I can have one. I can have up to 5. I get it. Today I learned. Choose map type. This one's got a face in it. It's like a scream. I don't know. Random? The title is like, so King so-and-so, right? So it would be Mr. Roboto so-and-so. And then the faction name is the name of the civilization. New York. Yeah, one of them is just straight up New York, isn't it? Blah. Let's see what we get. Because you can also regenerate. I do actually really like the landmass generation for this game. I think it's pretty good. So, what should I be looking for? We're doing a human start. So I want something... There's a lot of clay there. There's like no coal, quite a bit of stone. I think one of these, yeah, that's the regenerate button. And then edit terrain. River, a bit of mountain and forest. Yeah, that's what I seem to recall. Because you want like, you need a source of water. You need, or you don't need, but you want a source of water. You want a little bit of mountain for some mining. You kind of want a little bit of most things. I'm actually going to regenerate this. What's this? It's kind of brown. Humans do not prefer climate cold. It will be a bit harder to please them. Oh, interesting. Open land to roam about on. Blocked by terrain. Very dwarf fort. That seems to kind of be a little bit of everything. It's got fresh water. I do really like the water table stuff that the developer did for this. He's certainly made it harder over the years, Salty Bread. This is true. That seems pretty alright. Actually, I'm blocking some of it with my head, my bad. You know, I tend to agree with this in real life too. It's like I'd rather live somewhere cold because I can always put on another layer of a long underwear, but I can't remove my skin. If this game ever gets Z levels, I might actually stop playing it, Georgie Pie. I don't think every game needs Z levels. I think a game like this doesn't actually need Z levels. Maybe like 1 up. But that's about the most I'd want. Yeah, I think like the most that I would want would be able to build walls up 1, but that's about the most. Not even like buildings, like just maybe let me build or dig 1 layer higher, maybe build walls 1 layer higher, but that's about it. I think that's about as good as we're gonna get, unless I can find something down here that's like similar. Yeah, I think that's still better. What was that? Holy shit. Okay, that's interesting. This is cold. Like, right, where was it? Right, there's like 1 tile there that's cold. That one's cold. Everything else here isn't. It's kind of interesting. Wait, why is that blocked by terrain? But there's so many other berries there. Herb farms, mushrooms. Well, that's interesting. That cold climates have like all these perks to other types of farms. Why has health got a bonus there? What? I think also, I want to say the most successful city I ever had in this game since the farming updates was like purely funded with opiate farming. And somewhere there's a clip of me saying, turns out drugs are profitable. Because turns out drugs are profitable. Who knew? Shocker. You will have few of your own species nearby. Gotcha. Is opium still busted? I know that like the last time I played it, like the output capacity had seemingly been nerfed on a lot of locations. I think this might be the best one, guys. High natural moisture spots have little need for irrigation. Low moisture spots have low fertile need. There's a, oopsies. There's fresh water, rich in caverns and mineral deposits. Forest, good for lumber. Let's try that. Yeah, no, like the production of opium has been nerfed pretty considerably since I last played. So now we're here. We got what? This Thoroughly and Eleanor? Eleanor, yes. And the Rolly. That's what we'll call them. We've also got War Scrowl. Sure. An Ethemit. Jarvulsla. And Puj. Sure, great. Those are elves. Bugs. Gotta patch those out, man. I'm telling you. There's humans up there. Okay. They're the free lands. Of course they are. Oliver Dad? Is that like... Okay, so there are some non-freeland human factions up here. Certainly seems to be a pretty big human empire. Well, that means there's lots of people in the region. We're down here in this tiny little area. It's like all of my love. Like Kenton plays. Honestly, if you invest in something, I think you should be able to, like, overutilize it, right? Like, if you specialize in something, it should be OP. But that's the point of specializing, is then you're weak in other divisions, right? Yeah, I don't know enough about how the overworld stuff works to be able to really consider it much in my planning, Georgie Pie in YouTube chat. Yeah, that tech is one of the material, or not materials, portions of progression that bums me out a bit, I guess, would be the way I'd put it. Because, like, I really liked the way the original paper system worked in this game. Like, you had to make laboratories to study, scientists to study, and then libraries to store your knowledge based on the amount of paper you had. But let's take a look at this map. So we've got mountains down here. There's fresh water up there. These are all different mineral deposits. Got grain, veggies, or grain fruits, not veggies. Is that herbs, I guess? Various livestock. I haven't seen those before, so those are not something I've seen before. We got gem and mineral deposits down there. There's a road running through the middle. I feel like we should go up closer to the water. There's a bunch of... What's that? Clay over there? No, that's just like iron ore, isn't it? And that's coal. Stone. There's mushrooms. There is some opium. Because, like, that's opium, right? Oh, those are war beasts? Is that what that is? Yeah, those are all new then. You're not gonna lie, you like how much it slowed down? I think the reason I liked the older research function was I just liked the idea of it. You know, like, you have paper, and you preserve the paper, and that's what preserves your knowledge. But now it feels a lot more gamey now, I guess. Where it's like, yeah, you just need more scientists. It's like, You know, honestly, it's 2026. Salty bread is good. Also, your name is bread is good, so username means that you're biased in that statement. But your username being salty bread is good, and also it being 2026. I ate bread this morning. I would argue that bread is still OP. It is one of the few things that every single culture in the world has independently created their own variation on. I would say bread's still OP. Is there still a fertility indicator for land? Because if not, I'm just going to settle like right here. Soil, sure, but like is there a way to activate that here in this screen? Or am I just like, is it like hold down Alt? Maybe it's hold down Alt. I don't know if you can check before you actually place. Zoom in. Alt? Nope. Oh, I see, right click. It's like soil moisture, isn't it? Yeah, so I want to be close-ish to the water then. You know, Elfie, you do know that that's kind of like saying, my internet is slow, so buy faster internet. It's not necessarily available to people. Shoutouts to Jeff Bastet. You know, Bingo, I don't need you to just, like, be mean in my chat. That's not cool, mate. Like, if someone's bothering you, just, like, mute them. All right. So, the fuck do I do? Make a farm. That was always the thing that I did in the past. Just gonna knock you over there for the time being. while I remember how the hell this game works. Fruit farm, vegetable farm. Got veggies, fruits, mushrooms, herbs. What else do I have access to right off the bat? You got bakeries, which require grain and wood. We could go for that, although the foundation stuff off the bat I don't actually have access to. Yeah, it's like rent's too high, so move. What do I... The rent is too damn high. I mean, that's problems from the top all the way down, mate. Let's just do us a little 10 by 10 fruit farm. Send it. I'm going to go to this fruit down here and be like, is this... I can never remember the actual, like... Clear all. Forage. Yeah. Okay, so these aren't available just yet, but I will select those to be foraged for when they're available. And let's zoom in and see what do we actually have. We've got grain, livestock, wood, rations. Okay, so we should actually do grain, not fruit, because I don't actually have fruit. Yes, I would like to get rid of that. I want to go here, and it's a Control S, yes. Fruit, no, grain, grain! Send it. And how the heck do I unpause in this game? 2. Nope. 1, 2. Okay. It's been about 30 minutes so far? How are you trying to... Oh, 30 minutes for the largest map? Really? That seems long. I am about to get hit by an ad break, and apparently I'm going to die in a minute. Well, not in a minute, but apparently my blood sugar is going low. Which also explains why my brain is taking so long to comprehend what the fuck it's doing at the moment. So I'm just going to let the game run on slowest speed. I will be back in a momente. All right. Is the InvestBot taking a break? What? It's probably just off. No, it's just off cooldown. So, in order to track what you actually have in your inventory, you need a storage place, which is called a warehouse. Bah. So I'm gonna make me a little warehouse. But the other thing I need to look at is, what do humans actually like? They'll need hearths and all that. They are the followers of the god of enlightenment and productivity. Obviously, they want employment. So we'll just let them finish making this while they're napping. Do I have... Where's that button that I'm looking for? It always takes me like a solid hour to like... excuse me. Remember how the heck to play this. Also, I'm going to permit you guys to name people if you want. Because I can name people. So if you want to name something, you can. Oops. No, that's not a button I wanted to click. I was just tapping back in. Click the question mark in the top left. That is most definitely a button that they have moved before. That I seem to recall having to ask where that was in the past. I like how they don't like there being corpses being around, but they dislike graffiti more. I realize that that's not what desecration is, but... They really like retirement. Mood. They also quite like indoctrination, which is funny. They like furniture. They like food. They like having lots of supply of food. They like having clothes. Weird. Who'da thunk it? Not a big fan of wars. Same, mate. Don't like wrongful deaths. No big thought. No happy thoughts of murder. Don't like cannibalism. Don't like being besieged. It's always a little funny. They don't like education. That also, you know. No, that's not education. Education level of your citizens is increased by having them go to school when young, universities when adults. This is disliked, and the race and higher value, less fulfillment. Okay, so they... don't like being plebeians, basically. Asking me to compare games to Dwarf Fortress is never going to get a direct answer from me, Reaper of Bunnies. You can have thousands of people. This is nothing like Dwarf Fortress, though. This is much more of a city builder / real-time 4X game. So comparing this game to Dwarf Fortress is a bit of a moot point. One of my favorite quotes from the developer of this game was that he didn't know what RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress was until he released his game and people started comparing it to them and asking why it was or how inspired by it was, because it's really not. This is a production line city builder with 4X elements and a little bit of personality, primarily. My UI is different. Nope. No, it is not. Your UI is different. Maybe it's scaled, because I have it scaled to be pretty large. But, nope, my UI is not, in fact, different. This is not, in fact, a mod. This is entirely vanilla base game, running the default settings. This is a game I return to maybe once or twice a year. Old Texie. You could say that, but I disagree with that pretty fundamentally. Salty bread. Maybe in a singular map sense. It's really funny that this game just has like funny. I don't know if it's intentional or not. I assume it probably is intentional, but this game just has like minor comedy in places where it's just like, oh, they dislike this. It's like, yeah, me too. It's just funny when they do that. I can't remember. Do they like building roundness? That was always a stat that fascinated me when I was playing this game a lot more, but it's been a while. I'm just gonna do that because I think that looks nice. And it doesn't require doors. And where door button? Places doorways. And done. Humans don't like roundness. You don't like roundness. I like roundness. So I don't care what the humans like or dislike. If I don't cut the corners off the edges of the buildings, I will get annoyed. Which might be less important than the players in the games getting annoyed, but am I even human? You know, I wonder that myself on most days. Also, everybody's judging my roundness, so fine. I'll remove the roundness, damn it. Sag. Much dismay. But here's the thing, like the second you get other characters in your like living space, if I seem like I'm slow right now, it's my blood sugar's a little low. But the second you get other characters in your living space, they start making demands for other shapes of buildings. More like wrong angles, am I right, Bismoli? While they build this little warehouse, this is where my stuff is going to get stored for the time being, so I'll actually know what's in my inventory. I'm going to need to acquire some stone unless I already have it. I don't think I do. We're going to need housing. What else is close by? There's stone right there. Is it a quarry? Cuts work into stone. What is the mining? Stone mine. Just make a teeny weeny stone mine, because then I can make bread. Yeah, I need furniture. Of course I do. Of course I do. So I need a carpenter. Carpenter first. If I may say, build them house from stone. They will go very grumpy without roof overhead. Also, can't you just, like, gather rock? That's a hotkey I never realized existed. Clear rock. Yeah, that's what I wanted. We'll do that after they get this filled up. This is the... I haven't played this game in months. Memory coming back. So, like you were saying, humans prefer, like, stone buildings? Is that what you were trying to clue me in on? No, it looks like they like wood, according to this. But they much okay, I see. Yeah. Not a big fan of living in mountains. Not huge on wooden buildings, but they really like stone buildings. So, homes out of stone. Got it. Stone, we got to make you into home. You okay with that? Yeah, what you painting? Light? Ah, you're painting minis. Gotcha, gotcha. I feel like most of the time when people talk about painting anything these days, they're talking about painting miniatures. All right, so resources, settings. I'm just gonna... make this into a general one. I will deconstruct this pretty quick. I just want to know everything that's in my inventory right now. I mean, minis, gunpla, I think all of that kind of goes into the same bin in my mind. Where's raw stone? Just get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of the stuff I know I don't have anything of. One of my New Year's regrets, I dropped a bicycle on my foot last year at the end of the year, and it still hurts. And my New Year's resolution is 5760 by 1080. No idea, because I haven't learned this game fully. I've come close to learning it and then stopped and played Dwarf Fortress for several years. This game never grabs me as much as Dwarf Fortress does. It's kind of a game that I binge occasionally. It's a deep game that's difficult to learn, but it's completely different than Dwarf Fortress. And Lanix, hello. It's good to see you. So let's make a carpenter. Probably a forester pretty quick. I'm starting off with just very small buildings because, like, do I actually have any stone? Yeah, I do. I have 160. So let's just make you into a grand building. And a workbench. Oof. Just stone. That's what I want. And what does auxiliary station require? Just more materials. Cool. That bumps it up to 100%. Neither. Platonic. It's more Pharaoh. It's more Pharaoh and Total War, actually. But if you want to be reductive, it's more RimWorld, because it has building that's similar-ish to RimWorld, and it has 1 Z level. So in that sense, it's more RimWorld. But I don't think that's particularly fair to this or RimWorld, because it's extremely different than both of those. Yeah, it's like the building is kind of similar, is like the comparisons. How me do longhouses, settle, residence. Apartments are the specifically... Let's do just like a little addition to you. Well, when you build the toilets, the characters feel the call of duty. So yes, you are correct. This is a city builder, like capital city builder. There is, if I hit tab twice, it takes you to the overworld. There is some 4X-ish like civilization management in this game. It's very sandboxy. It's pretty slow pace until it's not. I have nerfed the combat as much as humanly possible for the moment. Implying they don't poop before toilets. Okay, well, it becomes very, very loud. The audible pooping sounds is something that I will never get over with this game. Empire builder of city-states? Tomato, tomato. Potato, potato. There's a mod to turn them off. There's also a mod that makes them louder, and there's another mod that makes them sound like geese, which maybe is even funnier because instead of the, like, it's very much like somebody blowing a raspberry going sound, but there is one that just makes them go like, it just makes them sound like geese honking, which is pretty thumbs up, if you ask me. I will remember what the search term is for gather. No, clear area, I think, right? Yeah, clear all. But what I really want actually is clear rock. Just wait until I clear the roll as well. How many people are working up here? It's 2? Okay. No, don't do anything. It's really just stone that we need at the moment. Now the question is, how do I get them to gather the stone? Because I've told them to claim and gather stuff. But they're still working on this. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. So they just, I guess, build until they run out of stuff that they can clear and build, and then they go gather. Makes sense. Agent number 1, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? What were you up to today? What were you playing? We are bright and early, starting off in a very fresh city in Songs of Six. I'm trying to give my humans some dumb places to snooze in, which I'm sure would be good for their existence. We're also trying to make some furniture, which we're working on slowly. They should actually be able to work on that, but we just need to bring more stone and more wood over there, which is a thing they're doing one piece at a time, as they do. But what were you folks up to today, Agent number 1? My name's Greg. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. This is one of those games. But yeah, I'm trying to play as the humans, the humans, which I've actually never done before in this game. I'm gonna be very cautious about bringing in more people. One person wants to move in, and I'm just gonna wait on that. I mean, I've done that before, but I also, like, don't play this game enough to be very consistent about like being able to learn it, and that is maybe one of the pickiest and hardest starts you could do in this game. Like they are, like I've done it. It's just I don't know if it's that pleasant. So I don't know. I wanted to do something that I haven't done before, and I normally either start as the orcs or the elves, and so I decided to start as the humans because I always value having a bunch of humans in the cities just to do research and work the libraries. But like, meh. Cool. So now we've got double the housing that we need. Excellent. I think when I have like 4 or 5 people that want to move in, we'll do that. So let's get you up and running. Okay, so now you're going to start outputting. Let's bring in poison. Okay, so now that we've done that, once we get a supply of furniture, because I'm going to assume they don't have an allowance of furniture. So something that people in this game want is they decorate and build their own houses, which is a neat mechanic, but an annoying mechanic. It's a neat mechanic because they automatically make little homes for themselves. It's an annoying mechanic because if there's no jobs close by, they fucking pick up and move, which is, you know, realistic, I guess. But the thing is they want you to permit them to take stuff and decorate their houses with them, essentially. And I can never find that menu initially. I'll find it. Access, this is it. When you allow them access to certain materials, they will deplete your stockpiles, like very quickly. But it greatly increases their happiness. So I will give them a little bit of allowance for wood, because my stockpile's already full. And that will allow them to make their houses nicer, and will, like, because this house can have a maximum allowance of 40 wood, so this house could take up to 40 wood. So me giving them a little bit of wood will let them build better furniture, basically, for themselves. In 2016, when you broke my... if you click on your own username, it'll tell you when you followed me. You followed me according to this in 2023, and your account was made in 2017? But it's entirely possible you found me before then. Correct, QQ. I gave wood to the slaves now? How the heck did I do that? You are correct. Where was that other menu then? Oh, I see. You are correct. The slaves that I definitely have. That's the button, right. Oh man, I forgot about this. So there's an effect at night where they get this little shadow. And if I don't have a unit selected and I see it out of like the edge of my vision and I have a menu open, I almost always think there's a bug on my screen. Takes me a little bit to get used to it. Yeah, you know, you're right. I clicked the wrong tab. Alright, so how are we doing on peoples? I just got one that wants to move here. Could probably make a bigger grain field. Because grain in and of itself isn't food, if I'm not mistaken. And I've got furniture now. But the thing that I want to do is just get stone up and running. So let's, while we're waiting on that, just make a slightly bigger grain field. Probably get rid of that other one next year. Let's do 20 by 20. 18 by 18 it is then. Or I could just go like right about here. Go. Do it. How much time do I have in this particular run or in the game in general? I mean, I played it when it was on itch.io before it was on Steam, so I've been playing it for a while. I play it on and off. There's elements of this game I fucking hate, and elements of this game I think are really cool. So this game has been a mixed bag for me as long as it's existed. But it is a game that I feel oddly compelled to return to every so often. This particular run, I don't know, 30 minutes. But game in general, on Steam, let's see actually. 143 hours. But I think I played the most of it like very early in early access. It's one of those games where like I feel like I have more time in it than I actually do. You know what I mean? Where you're just like, I feel like I've got like hundreds of hours in this game. Then you look at it and you're like, oh, actually, okay, not that much. No, I'm aware of that. Like, I intentionally minimized it as far as the inventory goes. I mean, you could also scroll down, but there's like nothing in the lower levels, so like there's no point in scrolling down because like, I mean, I don't have any of this stuff. Where was I going? Settings. Don't need mushrooms in storage right now. Don't need that as well. Do I have furniture in here at the moment? Yes, I do. Of which I have one. Hopefully I've got more space than one for furniture. I don't think I ever managed to get like a fruit tree farm running enough for it to ever be worth it, so that wouldn't actually surprise me all that much. Okay, let's just speed up time. Let them finish this farm and work a little bit on this guy. I still think that one of the funniest, like, colony sim food apocalypse related bugs I ever encountered was in Odd Realm, when in early versions of Odd Realm, it was extraordinarily easy and very straightforward to just, like, accidentally plant too many melons, and rotting melons made your people upset, and I had so many rotting melons just around that, my entire economy just like collapsed due to rotting melons. All right, so I'm gonna need to go harvest some food. I seem to recall just like using butcher shops, but it may also be too late. No. Maybe it's fruit? Nope. What is button for this instead of me just guessing? Forage, that's the button I wanted. It's veggies. Where's the nearest fruit? Is it all up here? It's all up here. That's not a lot of fruit. There's also the mushrooms down there, which I actually don't think I have storage set up for right now. Oh, no, I do. I don't remember the mushrooms growing outside. That's interesting. All right, well, let's go over here. Stone. Mine. It's 15. Ay, ay, ay. What do you? Just uses more of those. I'm just gonna pump that as is for right now. The Bob. Thank you very much for the 24th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Bob? Keeping that sub alive for 24 months. It's greatly appreciated. Melanopocalypse. Melanodon, yes. Also just going to run the game at base speed because we're in an ad break. This is like if somebody made Factorio out of Pharaoh. Phalanix in YouTube? That's kind of what this game is, if I were to say. It's also like a weirdly large-scale empire builder, but my starts are always extremely slow because I need to re-find all the menus. You know, fun fact about me, when I first played this game, it took me 7 hours of gameplay to find the tech tree. Admittedly, like, that was before it was out on Steam. And these didn't look like buttons, and it didn't highlight, and the UI looked a lot more stylized. And I finally found it and clicked it, and felt so stupid that I reset, like, just restarted. Like, I was just like, I don't understand how, like, I unlock stuff. Like, where are these, how do these unlocks work? Like, they're listed everywhere. Like, it's very clear that there's unlocks in this game, but, like, how the fuck do these unlocks work? And then one day I just was like, oh, well, I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is going to have 5 people working in it. Let's bring in the extra hands so we can go harvest stuff. Someone's got to be doing that, right? Yep, there they go. They are harvesting fruits and bringing them back, which is a bit of a walk, but ideally next year we can also have fruit trees, which will help quite a bit. How many more people want to come in? One more? Sure. The other thing I'm going to do, well, no. I'm going to wait until that actually catches up. Because you're still clearing this. Just going to take a little bit. Got 7 unemployed, 14 employed. You really like the graphics of this game? I've learned over the years of streaming this off and on that people either adore the way this game looks or they think it's the ugliest thing they've ever seen. And there is, like, no in between. Ooh, we're getting nice. It's, like, actually cold. We also have, like, no food. So if everybody starves to death and we lose, like, right now, that's why. Let's slow down time. Do I need a hunter's workshop to actually, like, just go out and hunt random animals? I can never remember. There's the wild boar over there. I do also recall people dying more recently. There's, like, these bird things. You give egg and meat. You're indifferent to the graphics? Yeah. They're either like a means to an end or they're like... What about you? You give egg and meat. You give fur and meat. Let's kill some of yous. I also can't remember if, like... If hunting is, like, a limited resource. Can't remember. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just can't remember if you can butcher them manually when you tell them to go hunt things. This game should be in ASCII. If you want a game that was in ASCII but isn't anymore... Oh, there we go. Now we got meats. I would recommend Goblin Camp. Very underrated little video game. I'm also going to slow down time a little bit, since it's in winter at the moment, and go... Fruit farm. Because this is using how many jobs? 5? Yeah, we got 9 unemployed, so that'll be fine. You're down here working away. Should have made a bigger furniture shop. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know. To me, like, this is like, you know how there's not, it's not a new genre, but you know, like the old school style of shooters that people have started making in the last like 20 years, you know, games like Dusk and stuff like that. To me, those games being like somebody making a game that looks like it's for the PS2 or like early like PC gaming, but it's made now, so like modern. To me, this is like the equivalent of that, but for city builders. What are we lacking in? Everything. Like just everything. We got no services. Can I make hearths yet, or is that an unlock? No, it's not an unlock. Let's make a hearth. I always like just making a big ass hearth. Should make a hearth and a well. You know, often people ask me if like I get analysis paralysis when starting a new Dwarf Fortress fort. No. However, I do very much get analysis paralysis when starting new cities in this game. Is well something that you need if you're far away from water, or is well just an access point? Between DF and Banished? It's like somebody made Pharaoh on steroids. I try very hard to not compare this game to Dwarf Fortress at all. Actually, Banished is maybe a little bit closer. But like, it's still like if somebody took Banished, Civilization, Total War, well, maybe not Civ, Banished, Total War, and Pharaoh with like RimWorld style construction. There's very, like, to me, in order to be like Dwarf Fortress, you need extremely detailed simulation. This is more like if RimWorld was Factorio, if that makes any sense, because of the extremely granular options. Like, there is some history generation now, which actually I think is pretty cool, which is why I do have the name something redemption on, but like, I don't know. It never quite feels like Dwarf Fortress to me. But that's also because I think the developer had never played Dwarf Fortress or heard of Dwarf Fortress until he started making this game. I also need to hack down some more wood. Clear! Let's just speed up time. Getting into spring now. So they will start harvesting fruit and use that to plant this farm this year. And I'm pretty sure yeah, that's been selected to be harvested. Oh, I actually have some that I've harvested, but I guess I don't have any allowance for fruit in here. Why did I turn that off? Oh no, there's an 80 capacity. The heck? Come on, game. Tisk. We're getting that hearth built where they gather and have... Honestly, this game has a lot of depth. Like, I'm not going to knock this game's depth. It's just a very different kind of depth. Like, this has more in common with Anno. But, like, it's like if you took all of the dials for... Like, you know how, like, there's the affectionate kind of mean way to refer to somebody who really likes a certain style of game? This is, like, the ultimate sicko game. That's the word I'm using. Sicko. Sicko game for somebody who really likes Anno and city builders just in general, because it does a lot of that. I've also got livestock. What kind of livestock do I have? I should make a livestock farm. But oh hey, fire looks different than I last looked. I feel like it does. Maybe it doesn't. One of these days you'll learn this game. Just start plucking away at it and turn the combat to easy. At least that's what I've done. But I also should mention that to any of you Songs of Six sickos out there, as I have turned the combat down to like easiest possible and made everybody pacifists. Mostly because I just want to actually learn the production lines in this game so that I can at some point get good at this game. I was good and then he made it hard. Goddamn developers developing their video game. How dare they? 4 people want to move in. Sure, let's go up to 20. Get some extra hands. So I can have 13 unemployed people. All right, I screwed up. I should have made a bigger one of these, but I didn't. Let's make a bigger carpenter. How much stone am I sitting on? 33? 49. Nice. It requires 69 wood. Oh, it'll be blocked, right? Hey. No, Neck? I mean, it's Songs of Six. So I'm not sure what... Unless you're talking about, like, my stream title. But my stream title is just me taking the piss, mostly. Any advice on the, on getting the fire started for a game like this? Your favorite approaches to complex games for... Any favorite approaches to complex games that are new to me? Remove friction and just try and figure out the systems is how I try to learn games. It used to be like, make the game as... Like, when I was younger and dumber, my system for learning games like this was, make the game as hard as possible and beat the shit out of me until I figure it out. But now that I've gotten older and crankier, I'm mostly just a... Remove friction, just let me figure out the systems. Once I figured out the systems, I'll worry about, you know... maybe not actually playing the game, but once I've figured out the systems, I can then progress without the worry of wasting my time, I guess. Because I think like that's maybe the biggest hiccup I have with games like this is I often find that I'm wasting my time if I'm just like not actually figuring out the systems and instead just like bashing my head against a wall. Okay, I need stone. When in doubt, gather rock. I don't know. I mean, right now I'm just trying to get furniture running so I can get stone running so I can start making bread. That is the thing that I'm focusing on at the moment. I want to make a bakery so that I can make bread, and once I'm making bread, then I was going to worry about other things. I don't know what I should work on. Because, like, I could... I guess these guys? The humans don't really like farming, though. And then there's also these... The belt crawlers, whatever those are. War beasts. Yeah, the humans don't really like working in any of them, so... and that's what we are. I feel like the last time I played this, I literally just sold my livestock. But I was also playing as the dwarves, who were just like, fuck everything that involves farming. Dig hole. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember how big these need to be. I wish it would tell me what the animal capacity was. Time of year are these ready? Late summer. I also should get out of the habit of letting this game run just constantly. But yeah, I don't know. What type of animals do you think I should go for out of the early options that are available, Pink? What do you think? In another castle, Calbite. They asked in YouTube chat, where is the best Dwarf Fortress player? And I said, well, obviously in another castle. You gotta beat Bowser again, my guy. Well, it seems to be like... It's either these things, basically, war beasts, or Balta crawlers. I don't even know what those are. But these are kind of a slower payout thing, if I remember correctly. And also take a shit ton of time to build, so I kind of want to get the other thing done first, but... I remember, like, being perplexed as hell the first time I built one of these. Okay, there you go. Let's give you a gate. The hut increases efficiency. I do really like just a right-click to cancel construction of a thing. Is there a way to pause? Cancel. Suspend. That's what I want. Because I just want them to finish the carpenter so I can deconstruct the small one. Nope. Well. Dismantle. Right. Also leather for armor. You do need to remember that I have all of the combat stuff set down to minimum, but yeah, it's not a bad thing to have. Like, I have all of the aggression and raids and everything set to the easiest possible setting right now. Everything else is normal, though. It's just I turned down combat because historically I dislike the combat in this game kind of greatly. Okay, so that's going to use... how many employees? 7. I've now got 8 odd jobbers about. That's better. Speed that production line up. But we're still just out of food. Crumble. Yeah. Nope. We need to wait until late summer. Well, we're almost there for food. We'll have food in like a couple more weeks. Just hang in there, boys. Let's just go hunt these guys because they've got a lot of meat. I didn't realize they had so much meat. I'm also pretty sure that you can make leather clothes, yeah. I remember, like, using cotton for clothing. Yeah, I'll get this up and running once this is up and running. Which, you know, it just needs 18 furniture. Did you not go hunt that? 5 more people want to come here. Oh, there we go. They're just butchering the animals. Once we have the food supply in the actual crates, I'll bring in more population. I think I may also... Can I not? Actual employee, target employee, when you set the target employed, people will soon sign up to start working, blah, 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 without sufficient workers or yeah, okay. Why are they not putting stuff away? Which direction do they face? I want to say it's that way. Can always go back and change that later. Well, they've figured out how to put it into the stocks, so that's good. Let's bring in more people now. Brings us up to 25. Just need you to make me some furniture, guys. Requires steel for upgrades, gotcha. can get that built nice and quick. So are they not going out here because there isn't a work oops, location? Is it too far? I'm like overthinking this way too much. Whatever. Let's just get you going then. How do I enable? Nope. I also need a janitor. That's another thing that I need. Is there an unsuspend? No. Start? No. Drop a workstation? Is it under logistics? Oh, is that what it's called? Thank you. Hold shifts. I mean, I could do that, but it's not really what I wanted. Because, like, I have enough furniture for this. They should just do that. How many more people do they want to send me? 6? We'll wait until that's done first. Oh, actually, no. Let's just bring in more people so they can go gather the... Gotta queue up more housing as well. We've got 3 days worth of food, which ain't great. Did they not? I need a workstation out here as well, I guess. Just want them real bad. To go out here and harvest this fruit. No, I will remember this. Don't help me. I got this. Nope. Clear. No, forage. That's the word it wants me to use. Forage. So we can actually get this fruit farm up and running. Build a dirt road. Right, yeah. Forgot about roads. That was something that they did in older versions of this game, is they used to just build their own roads, or rather, if I understood the older versions better, I probably would have a better way of saying this, but they used to like basically consider like flattened grass as a pathway. But you couldn't even help me if you wanted to. That's fine. The thing is, like, this game has a lot of like very arbitrary wording that like I have to remember what it is. Like activate job is the thing I was actually looking for, but we're going to need roads. This is true. We will in fact need roads. Speaking of where we're going to need roads, we still need roads in 2026. How was your New Year's, chat? Do you have any New Year's resolutions? People have asked me about my New Year's resolutions a lot, and I just like to make bad jokes. Okay, I don't know why suddenly there's so many migrants that want to show up, but I'll take them. This is getting not done yet. I have plenty of furniture. It's just a matter of making it. But they seem to be bringing stuff over now finally, which is good. You'll love to see it. Thanks for your input, Groovy. I will take that into account for my next stream. You can watch this or not. That's fine. To learn soldering and mod and repair things? What are you looking to mod and repair? And then let's go bakery. Time to make a bakery. And this should be made out of stone, which it is. Should make ovens first. Oh, it read like you were telling me to play Dwarf Fortress and stop playing this, but that is also a fair resolution. Although I don't trust anybody who uses that smiley, so no hard feelings. It's that smiley betraying you. My biggest resolution for this year, which I've already achieved, by the way, is to more consistently get Future of the Fortress videos out on time. I'm going to just go with the 98% capacity for right now. That's fine. Or efficiency, rather. You have a kit to mod a GBA that you bought last year, and you have a couple of practice projects from Amazon. Gotcha. There's great little prefab robotics kits out there. That was how I learned, was making little solar robotic cars and stuff. So this bakery consumes what? It consumes grain and wood or grain and charcoal to make more bread. Well, we're just going to use grain and wood. Imagine not liking working in a bakery. That's fucking wild, man. Okay, so I'm just going to double you up. Actually, why don't we do it this way? Sad. You guys can learn exactly how inaccurate my typing is. You're going to be spoiled using the iFixit soldering iron with solid temp control. The one that I use when I solder is I use a Pine 64. It's really nice because it has like a little temperature gauge on it, but also it's just USB Type-C. So just plug it in the wall. I need to get a stand for it though. Okay, what's your actual output? It's actually not bad, considering how tiny that is. And now we're in an ad break, so I'll just leave the game running at slow speed. Yeah, Faye, and that smiley just stares into my soul. You will look more into the robotics kits once you get those first couple things done. I built some robots that, like when I was a kid, that are more or less just, how do I put this? Little things that kind of walk towards light. They just walk towards light. And they still work, and I made them when I was like 10. And I remember my dad, or recently, my parents gave me a bunch of stuff that were just like that they were storing, like just in storage, right? And when they arrived at my house, I started going through all of the things that they brought me, and one of the things was those old robotics kits. And genuinely, let's just pause the housing because they're doing that first. I want them to work on this. And genuinely, going through those old robotics kits was kind of mad because like they're in this dark box and occasionally going bzz, trying to go towards the nearest source of light. And I took them all out and I was like, holy shit, and gave one of them to my dad, and now it's apparently sitting on like a little riser thingy so it can't move on his shelf at work. And the reason I found them was because I was going through the boxes that my parents had brought me, because now I have space to store them. And I literally heard one of them move, and I was like, what in the shit? It's just a really nice fine point soldering iron. It's not the most modular soldering iron DS, but yeah, I do agree. Cat got in the box. I was worried like mouse or like a bug or something, but they literally use like the same little motors that are used to make cell phones vibrate. Is what they use. I could go grab them. They're in my closet right now, but I feel like that's a detour the stream doesn't really need at the moment. Just gonna kind of let them work because I am quite short on food at the moment. Once we get that fruit farm, that'll help quite considerably. I also kind of don't really need them working on this, but I'm just gonna move all my food storage off of here and onto that side. And make this into more material storage. And this is going to become like food supplies. How big are BC bugs? I mean, where I live right now, we basically don't get bugs. You have to go into the wilderness to get bugs. Like certain times of years, the mosquitoes will get going, but where I live now, it's like I'm on the coast, so we don't really get bugs. If you go inland or like up island or in island, where I live right now, you'll get like mosquitoes and stuff, and it's fine, but we're also like not subtropical enough to really get large house bugs, which is kind of lovely. And it's like cold enough in the winter to kill most things that would be a problem. So like we get spiders and stuff. My particular apartment gets a lot of fungus gnats, but that's because I've got a bunch of tropical plants in my living room. Don't they need a well? Well, yeah. I'm just trying to get other stuff done, but I mean, currently we also need like, you know, uh-oh. Got somebody dying of the cold. Come on, people. Awkward. Oh well, at least less mouths to feed. Okay, so you. I always think that different buttons should be. Let's just do that and then do this. No opium though. More bread. Drop down 1 on bread, increase that, drop down 2 on fish, increase that. Okay, so I am now making bread, which will help. Let's also make a well, because I do actually need to make a well. And activate, I think. Yes. We're getting there! Yay! Remembering the buttons. So I think is this number the output per year? What is the output of this? Produced this year 37, produced last year, estimated this year 587 per year. We're consuming our bread as fast as we're making it. Well, let's just make a second one right away. How many employees are you using? 6? Yeah, we can increase that. How many people want to move here too? Let's replace the 2 that died. Excellent. As we have no food. The output of this is what? Estimated this year 331, so I need more grain production. It's on the right. What, under here? Oh, it is. So it is per day. I'm correct. It's plus 36 per day. All right. I hate this mechanic. A subject of yours has become sick. Sickness tends to lead to health, death, and early. In early game, there is not so much you can do about this. Right. Enjoy your cholera. Happy tidings. Might need to make a mini death near the stone. Actually, I should probably just put a hearth over by the stone cutter. I don't think you really need to make a mini village, but it's not a bad call. Put a couple houses over there next once these are done. Because, like, the hearth is how you stay warm before you really have... You know, I'll be honest with you, chat. I don't know how bread is made. That's not true. I know how bread is made. I've never seen bread cooked like that. That being said, I guess those are probably like a bellows to keep the ovens going. I guess that makes sense. I think I'm going to lower down that, increase bread, increase grain. Yeah, I think we mostly just need more odd jobbers right now, so let's just bring in humans. They have to finish building their houses to get housing. I'm sorry, the large map mod? This not big enough for you? No, I get you. I've definitely, like, filled up, like, a good 2/3 of these maps before, but is that not big enough for you? How much bigger do you need, man? That sounds crazy. I respect it, though. Must have some mad hubris to be able to acquire a mod, or to acquire a living space so large. Let's just get these bedrooms done first. And there we go. A new level has been bestowed upon your name. We have now gained the ability to export and import stuff. Oh, really? I'm sure that was the case last time I played, but I don't recall that requiring an unlock, but here we are. Does that mean I can appoint somebody? Oh, actually, here's what I need to do. I need a janitor. I'm seeing some decay happening. Also cannot remember how big these need to be. Janitor used to just be like one of the few non-customizable buildings in the game. I'm not entirely sure when that changed, but I'll say that I think I liked it more when it was just a little. Oh, this is just a little 4x4 that you plunk down, but I usually just make one and then forget about it. All right, let's do that. And suspend. Then we'll go into activate, and we'll activate it once the housing is done, because that's still the most important thing. It's on like a 10x bigger area. Oh. Is it like built out? What's your population, if I can ask? The people of Thoroughly extended a welcome to our human neighbor and offer this small gift as a token of our goodwill. 3,000 bread and also lizard people. So this was added before the last time I played, but wasn't in the game before that. Should I accept these? Oh, that's cash. It looks like a bread icon. So I'm not currently using my own glass, my current glasses. I'm using my backups because my other ones decided to self-destruct. So I've got new glasses that have been ordered that I get to pick up in like 3 or 4 days or something. So I actually can't read text very well right now. So if I misread something or read something as something that it's not, like if I go back to around where I normally sit, that just looks like a bread icon. But yes, no, you are right. That is definitely money. But I don't really want the population conflicts, so I'm good. Because I just assume they're going to make demands of me pretty quickly if I do something like that. All right, well, we have housing now. I'm also going to give my people some access to furniture. Just a little bit. But I am going to give them access to some furniture. Yeah, that's going to use up, like, all my workers, so I'm going to have to bring in more. Cool, well, they want to bring in 8. That'll assist with the odd jobbers. What's this game? It's Songs of Six. If you want to try this game, chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the demo is still literally the full game. It's just an older build of the demo. Or an older build of the full game. So if this is something that interests you, that would be the best way to try it. Assuming that's still the case. Is it a really old version? Sure, but like, still the full game. It's usually roughly, at least historically, it was always roughly a year behind. Current is 70. Yeah, so about a year behind. Maybe 8 months behind? It's a very large-scale city builder with some, like, civilization building aspects to it. And a lot of, like, multi-faction gameplay. It's very much like a political city builder, I would say. I need housing over by the masonry anyway, so let's do that. Let's do 3. Room is poorly insulated. What? Does anybody know what that means? Like, how do I adjust? How do I fix that? Walls aren't built? Oh, I see. Huh! You are correct. I didn't see the little unbuilt wall when I reactivated it. Clearly didn't click drag enough. Moving into summer again. I'm also going to need to copy paste that. Get more grain fields. This game is making me miss my glasses at the moment, I'll be honest. Kind of want to lower the intake of that because I don't actually need all of it at the moment. Looks like the furniture has in fact given them nicer stuff in their houses, so they now have like built beds and such. They still don't have blankets, but at the very least they do have built beds. It's also nice that we're, you know, we're consuming 32 bread and producing 47, so I can actually, like, I think completely shut off this one, more or less. Left wall are all doors, yeah, well. Anyway, we got the janitors now, so that was a thing that we needed, and then they're getting houses built over here for our tiny little wood supply place thing. Very good at accurate descriptions. Import depot. You know, there's a lot of things in this game where I just by default always make it the largest available. It's like import depot and export depot just feel right to make the largest version of. Like, it doesn't feel right to make a, like, smaller one. Because it's like, well, I can make it bigger, so why would I make a smaller one? I mean, there's 2 working in there right now. I'm not going to increase the workload on it. 2 seems plenty. I mean, I can't remember the complete reach of this, but where's the actual... Was there that thingy that showed how far they go? But anyway, yeah, all of these highlighted roads are now being maintained by it, so... Because, like, buildings decay if you don't have janitors, so you kind of need janitors. Cool. 74 people. Not bad for early game. Yeah, there's a lot of overlays in the top right. Aren't those all up here? Population, employment, species. Yeah. There's a lot of overlays in this game. There's also a lot of like hotkeys that you can just like hold down. This is also one of those games where like I'll play for like, yeah, there we go. You know, you can see urbanism. Ooh, I guess that's how nice the area is. Soil, path usage, noise. Those are some loud ass houses right there. Yeah, maintenance. That's the overlay for the janitor, right? So like stuff starts to highlight itself when it's decayed, but like you can also tell just by looking at it, right? Like you can just kind of like look at it and be like, oh yeah, no, that's all dirty and like falling apart. Oh well, I'm probably gonna rebuild all of this anyway. It's a very early housing core. Okay. No, I'm just actually gonna go over to this one. You. Nope. You. Also, left wall are all doors is maybe the most video game reading sentence I've read in a while. That or like something awful, like horrible reconstruction projects. All right, let's go to civics and see what we can actually work on. Market would be useful. We could build a market. Keeps equipment and furnishings available for your subjects. This saves them the effort of fetching them themselves. It also provides happiness boost. But yeah, because like I've been getting the itch to play this game again recently. I don't know how big this needs to be. This is the sort of game that when I get the itch to play it, I will, I don't know, put like 150 hours into it in a not super long period of time and then forget about it. So this will probably become the Friday game for a bit, similar to what we did with Bannerlord recently. There's 5 more people that want to join. I will wait until these are done. Want to give me a bunch of fish and a bunch of, and not a lot of, so a little bit of money, a lot of fish. The Supreme Ruler of Eleanor, I'm your neighbor, and I would like to welcome you to my lands. Your lands. Uh-huh. What do you think, chat? Need advice. They have 14 of them. Oh, I'm assuming that you have a significantly larger army than that. It's like your empire. Yeah. Also, I really don't need the food. We've got bread, which is actually like a solid import-export if I recall correctly. And I have more capacity to make more bread. I'm just trying to get another field up and running. And I'm currently out of grain, so. Put dozens of hours into it every week for like a month and then just stop. Yeah, and then like six months later or a year and a half later, you're like, all right, yeah, that game exists. I had fun with that. I should play more of that. I'm a little bit bothered by the fact that they somehow have not managed to gather enough fruits yet to, like, actually get out here. Just like... I should also just be telling them to go across the fucking river, shouldn't I? Can you import any? I mean, sure, once those are built. They're not built yet, so we're working on that. It's like, it's been 3 years, guys. How have you not picked 40 apples? It's a long walk is the actual answer. Got 10 people that want to move in. There we go. They figured it out. That's what I wanted. Let's get this done. Bring in the extra peoples. Now we're up to 84 people. $75 per year. They really are consuming. Interesting. The responsiveness of the combat has been improved so much. Fair enough. Okay, let's well, obviously I don't have any money, so I need to export something. I may actually not export anything for the moment. Actually, I mean, I could export my wool. I could export furniture. Oh, right. Any agreement must be reached through diplomacy with a neighboring thing. An agreement must be reached through diplomacy. So, if I don't have an export agreement, does that mean that they won't export? Or does that mean that I just get shittier prices? Because I can never remember, I never quite figured out how this system actually works. Because I remember just like, you make this, say import this and export that, and then they would just do it. You can manually trade on the world map, right? Yes. This was around the point where I kind of started to get annoyed with this game a little bit. Lovely. Support. I don't know what is even a button I can click here. Goods. Ah, okay. Which can be traded per day with this faction. You and this faction become trade partners, which will allow you to automatically trade at better prices.
Grenades.
What do I wish to offer you? Barter? So they want to take my stuff. VadTech, thank you very much for the 60th month. By the way, Dwarf Fortress is getting explosions. Just saying. Chat, can I get a round of beers for VadTech keeping that sub alive for 60 months? So I can't actually accept this. Deal will not be accepted, but like... That's kind of wild. Okay, cool. Yeah, I remember actually like going, I'm gonna play this for the first time in a while, not too long ago, and then running into more or less this screen if I recall correctly, and then just going, you know what? Actually, I don't want to play this anymore, and then quitting like immediately. Too far away to trade. Well, need you guys be more reasonable? Nope. Yeah, I guess these are the only ones that are actually close enough to me to trade, right? Cool. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding this. Opinion required plus 150 to trade. Well, they have that opinion with me. Why can't they just accept that? I don't get it. So I need $8,049 of stuff. I get it. I see. Ay, 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 ay. I'm sure that this is... I don't want to demand, I want to offer resource. I get it. Okay. Ay, 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 ay. I'm going to forget about that for a little bit until I produce more stuff. I get it. I know I'm not worth a lot. Thanks, Dad. Reminding me of my childhood. But no, jokes aside, I miss when this game had less roadblocks to your, like, existence. I think that's, like, always been my biggest humph thing. Maybe I should have made diplomacy easier. It's like, I'm not worth a lot to them, but yet they wanted to give me free stuff not long ago. It's like, well, you could have, like, just offered me a trade deal instead of free stuff. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. Also, chat, we're about to get hit by an ad break. I'm gonna go use the toilet. You guys can follow, I don't know, this ugly son of a bitch. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers if you're lurking and enjoying the stream? Help keep the chat moving. I'll be right back. Hello, Ryder. Yeah, for the first time in like 6 months. This stream is the only thing getting you through the workday? Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that I guess is like the... Okay, so let me say this. When I first started learning this game, it was very clear how every system worked. It was just like here's the way to do this. And now it's like, you could do it this way, or you could do it this way, or this way, or this way, or this way optimally. And so it makes actually learning this game very difficult. Like there's this one thing that I think a lot of some games do, which is like it hides UI elements until they're relevant. And this game has some UI elements that are not relevant, that don't matter. But the game doesn't really tell you that. Like I've got stuff set to exporting now, but it's got this big thing down here that's just like, this ain't gonna work. But as far as I understand it, this will work, and they will export furniture. But because of this, it makes me feel like it's not going to work, if that makes any sense. And that's fucking bizarre. This is such a weird way of doing things. I really hope that that gets streamlined at some point. Zalvi, hello. A little short on food, but yeah. Because, like, when I first started playing this, it made a lot of sense. You know, you want to export something, you export it, gets exported into the world, and it just goes off and gets sold. But now it's like, based on what chat's saying, I literally need to make money out of nothing in order to, or like, I guess, make money from, I suppose, like, how do I put this? Make money from selling things that I can't sell because you, based on the way it's been written, it looks like in order to sell things, I need money because you need to have a trade agreement, which you don't. You just get better prices from what I can tell. I don't know. How we doing today? Nah. Still don't have my glasses at the correct prescription, so I can't see very well, but all right. My foot still hurts. Not as bad as yesterday, which is still nice. I slept in until 2 p.m. yesterday, which was lovely. So that's how we doing. Doing okay. It's always nice to change it up every so often and play something a little bit different. It's also getting to the point where it's satisfying to watch little duders run back and forth and diddle-doddle and make stuff. Sniper, long time no see. Thanks for the 5 pennies. First bits of the day. I really wish that Twitch would make it so that if somebody clicks that button twice, instead of popping up twice, I don't know if it pops up in the screen for you guys, but instead of popping up twice, it would just like add to the total. So like say 5, 10, 15, instead of like 5, 5, 5. It's just a bit obnoxious. Insufficient workers. Oh, nosers! Well, now they have sufficient workers. Holy fucking peoples. I don't have anywhere near enough food, though. nor do I have enough, like, housing. People really want to move here, I guess. For us, it says 15? Really? Then why for me does it say 5 times 5? That's annoying. Like here on my screen, it says, here, I'll show you. It says 5, 5, and then 5. That's bothersome. The heck? I wonder if that's like, that might be like a better Twitch plugin or something. It happens to the best of us, Salty. You gave me 15 pennies, is what you did. Sniper. I mean, if I just don't read, it means that it's like not relevant. Basically, like if you like offer tips and I don't respond, Coffee bot in YouTube chat, it usually means either I already know or it's kind of not relevant. Alternatively, like, yeah, I do accept backseating, like, that's fine, but, like, a lot of the problems that I run into, especially in the early game in this game, is just, like, me figuring out where a fucking button is that used to be somewhere else, or that I remember being somewhere else, because I've played this game on and off for a while. So, like, that's what a lot of it is. Or, like, complaining that systems have changed, but, you know, such is the way of early access. I'm trying to figure out how they've changed and in what way they've changed. Hello, Depressal. -22 Celsius. Sounds lovely. It's not a mustache. It's a goatee. But I realize the bottom half is gray. Although I guess in order to have a goatee, you also have to have a mustache, so. I do really like the ambience in this game, though. Don't really need the egg supply, because I don't really have anything producing it. Minus 10. Better get those bedrooms built. I'm not gonna have enough space for this, am I? Because I only have space for 400 grain. Okay, well, let's just get rid of the ration supply, because nobody's making that. Let's get rid of the opium supply, because now we'll have space for quite a bit more. Does that need an unlock? Lavatory does not need an unlock. I thought they needed an unlock. Is lavatory something that can't be near other things? You know, I go back and forth on the music in this game. On one hand, I really like the music in this game. On the other hand, it just kind of sounds like Witcher fan music. Not that that's a bad thing. But it does kind of just feel like I'm listening to like a fan soundtrack for The Witcher sometimes. That is going to take them a minute to make. There we go. Which means I can actually probably make some more latrines in here. It's actually a bit too big. So I'll just make it as is. Yeah, I swear that older versions of the game had like a active noise overlay when you were building stuff. I'm gonna need to either move these houses or move these further away. But probably what's actually going to happen is I'll realize all the problems that I've built while I'm building. Or after I'm done building like the initial small town. Move somewhere else, build a bigger, better town, and then just demolish the original of the old one and just make up for the jobs in the new one is almost always how I end up doing this. But I seem to recall there was like a noise overlay that would like... It might actually have been a beauty overlay. Something like that. Speaking of, I'm actually just going to go down here and go to like, so I don't think noise negatively affects trading. So if I just make 2 of those, then I can just nuke you because you're the main source of noise right now. I mean, that's how cities improve in real life and in video game. The nice thing about in video game is you can go back to a save or just like control alt delete and just nuke everything in an area and then rebuild it. I've certainly done that before. But yeah, once we actually get to the point where we have a surplus of grain, which we're not even going to have this year, we're going to actually need to make more grain farms. I remember once making so many farms of a particular type that, like, my farming ceased to function. Because I just ran out of water in the water table. There is a noise overlay, but the noise overlay doesn't pop up when you're building. Like, let me see if I can show you. Yeah, so like it doesn't pop up here. Like when it used to be, and like I said, this might be beauty. I seem to recall when you were placing like ovens, it would have like a red circle that would be down and around it while you were placing it. Now you have to go into the overlays and enable it. So thank you. I'm aware that it exists, but it used to, I swear, I might be Mandela affecting myself here. I swear it used to remind, like, tell you, like, hammer it home in your face that, like, you need to build this further away. Like, it would get mad at you, basically. Sure, but I don't want to hit 3 buttons to turn on an overlay and then have to turn it off while I'm not building anymore. Like, yeah, you are correct. But I remember there being an overlay that would be like, this bad, don't build here. You know? Or like maybe have a toggle up at the top. Hopefully we'll be good with the hearths. So when people get cold, that or people may die of exposure, in which case, oh well. That or maybe if Jake hears this blabbity blah, I would like a overlay highlight button for while building. Because I might be Mandela effect. I might be thinking of the beauty overlay. Because there's like statues and stuff that like, and same with like the lights, like torches maybe. Yeah, like these things. Like it basically looked like this, is what I'm remembering. But I may also be completely misremembering. And I wouldn't put it past me to just be misremembering. Yep, you can rename residents, which is why I have the rename redemption on if somebody wants to name something. But it's kind of hard to look them up and they die kind of randomly. Like, they're not as... Like, there are noble residents, which I don't quite have enough rank for, where when you get to, like, a noble tier, they... question mark are more functional if you give them nicer houses, but essentially like give you a boost to a certain area of work. So like it'll give, if you have like the master of farming, then they'll give you a boost of overall farming capacity. If you give them like the master of livestock, then like your livestock gets better and stuff of that sort. I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to redeem one, and if somebody redeems it, then they can, I don't know, name a bakery if they want. I have the redemption open. If people redeem it, then I'll use it. But, you know, it's not Dwarf Fort, so things are different, so people don't know what to name or what their options are, and that's okay. That just makes my life easier, frankly. Also, I would like to remind everybody that this is a crowdfunded channel. I get to do this and make content and produce things for you guys on the internet because people subscribe to the channel, throw bits at the channel, and help keep the channel funded by having little skulls next to your name. So if you have a little hat next to your name, thank you very much. You're the ones who keep this channel funded the way it should be. You could name a person who might die randomly, unexpectedly, and I won't be able to track it very easily, Bonesaw, or you could name a building. I could give you a well, I could give you a hearth, I could give you a toilet, which I'm building right now. I could give you a workshop, a trading depot. What would you like? No, but you can throw them into the ether if you want. Salty bread is good. Anyway, so this is a completely crowdfunded channel, and I do have a daily minimum, which basically means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage. Currently, we are 100 USD away from that. We have made a small portion in resubs and primes, but if you happen to have a prime sub, just think about me. And remember that a prime sub a day keeps the loud, annoying sponsored streams away. Actually, it's more like 12 sponsored, or 12 prime subs a day keep the... Anyway. Maybe 50. 15? 15-ish. Is that a stump? That looks cool. You want the toilet? Okay. Bonesaw, what would you like to name your lavatory? What would you like to name it? Well, I don't have enough characters called Lavatory Bonesaw's Shitter, so Bonesaw's Shit's almost funnier, but... There you go. It'll still be in the same list, so... I literally ran out of characters. Which is kind of funny. 24 people want to move in. People are requesting pottery. These needy sons of bitches. Well, the good news is this year we should actually be able to produce enough grain to be able to make enough bread. The problem is, I won't get bread for a while. Dave Danger the Warlock, thank you very much for the 27th month. And Vibes, thanks for the 2 months with Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Trying to sell 12 furniture. I may actually just stop selling furniture for the moment. It's kind of not a concern at the moment. Leave 2 people employed there, because why not? But it's not really a huge concern one way or another. Definitely the reason so many people want to migrate here is because we actually have toilets. It's 100% the reason. I could also go to you and go to access and say you can have more wood, which will eat up a bunch of my wood supply, but that's okay for the moment. Activate job. Okay, so now I can dismantle you. I mean, that's how you know that this city is going to survive. We have bonesaw shit. I think I can actually give them more wood access. Services. What else do you need? Only 45% served with hearths. Lots of skinny dipping available, which is good. Need more markets. Need another lavatory. Okay. I'm gonna grab you. And let's just make a bigger market. Chat, when they say that market isn't satisfied, does that mean that they want more stalls or more individual markets? Because, like, it's only 50% satisfied with market, or is that supply in the market? Because, like, right now I have this market. It doesn't have a lot of supply. Like, is that the issue? Like, lack of supply in the market? Or is it lack of markets? Go to the pot menu. You're not answering my question, mate. Like, that's not the question that I'm asking you. You're just like, go back to that menu. It's like, that's not what I was asking. I'm asking if they're asking for more of a thing for access, or not access, services. Does this mean they need more of that service or more supply at that service? Like, I know that's the case for the food stall. They need more food supply because there's literally no food in it. I'm going to punch myself in the head a second time. Does that mean that they need more markets or more supply in the markets? Y'all ain't answering the question. You're just saying, look at the bar again. Yes, thanks. I can see that. What does that mean? Does it mean that I need more market? Does it mean that I need more toilet? Or does it mean I need a bigger toilet? I'm going to cry and stop asking questions now. Y'all ain't helpful in the slightest. You're just like, hover over this. It's like, cool. Yeah, no, I've done this. You could literally answer the question. I hate me, so I'm glad somebody loves me. Pink Primeval. Because, like, this, like, yeah, I'm looking at it, sure. Okay, so you guys are answering the question then. Because, like, this area is underserved completely, right? Yeah. I need more housing as well, so. Let's just do you, flip you around. Go to you. Nope. You. You won't get any higher before you upgrade them? Yeah, and in order to upgrade them, I need what? It's like, oopsies, not that one. Like you, I need refined status, fancy markets, and pottery. I mean, this game, for the most part, for me, is just a lot of UI within UI within UI within UI within UI within the what the fuck did I need to find in the UI? And there's also, I think, like a lot of non-answerable questions, because, like, I click on this and it's like, yeah, well, there's clearly just not enough access, because, like, for some reason they can't get there. But, c'est la vie. Let's hope toilets aren't loud. Those people get toilets right next to their heads now. You want to send 26 people. I really want 26 people. I don't have the food for 26 people. More or less need to wait for harvest season. Children of the Nile? I don't believe I've ever played that. Yeah, I mean, the mining village is its own separate underserved entity over here, isn't it? I mean, the biggest issue right now is, like, just lack of food days. I'm just waiting for grain. Although someone's gonna starve to death pretty soon. Because grain is, like, pretty soon, isn't it? Days until harvest, 4.6? People may die. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Any fishing spots around? Isn't that like a really like job heavy intensity, rather? I don't know. I'm trying to specialize currently. Actually, what I should do is just make a hunter. That's something that I should do. Which is also always something I forget to do. Kind of don't like the shape of that. Grumble. Fine. Make you bigger. That's the door button. It's that button I wanted. Let's see. Done. Only 31 people are starving and one person has died of starvation. It's fine. Yeah, thanks, game. It's only 3.8 days until we get more food. You'll be fine. Where were these guys? These things. More plebeians for the pit mines. I mean, body hole. Let's also throw in some dirt roads. Nope. There we go. We got food again. Not much. Well, at the very least, solve the starving issue for a moment. .8 days. 0.7. Okay, so we'll get fruit in a little bit. That'll be nice. Fishing got buffed? When did fishing get buffed? Because I remember fishing being really finicky and, like, never actually having access to fish. Like, that's what I recall, like, the last time I remember messing with fish, was it was just like, there is no fish available. It's like, why the fuck am I bothering then? But, I don't know if that's the case, then maybe we'll have to look into that. Oh, that requires tech, right? Of course it does. Quit teasing me with things, game, if you're not going to give me the toy to play with. It's very rude, you know? There we go. We've got food! That'll fix my loyalty. Yeah. Well, actually, is our lab something you can make right away, or do you need a... Okay, I thought you needed a, what's it called? A population number to get laboratories. For some reason, my brain was telling me 250. These don't produce noise, do they? Thanks for informing me of your important duty down there, human. Is anybody aware off the top of their head if, like, labs produce noise? Because, yes, we could increase production with food. But we're also kind of fine with food for the moment now. I'm going to leave the game running slowly because we're in an ad break. They yearn for the mines? Humans do not, in fact, yearn for the mines. They yearn for, like, middle management. Like, if you actually look at, like, the human alignment and personalities and needs in this game, Eric, they mostly just, like, want to be managers. They want to manage things and read books. And, like, not really do hard labor, which, honestly, that checks out. I can relate to that. Buildings will say emits noise, does it? Hold on, let me... Oh, I see, you're right. Okay. Interesting. That's nifty. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's just plunk down a little itty bitty lab. Lovely. Now I need to check just for, like, important reasons. This is bullshit. It says that lavatories don't emit noise. I refuse to believe this. Disagree. They seem to emit noise. Very distinct noise, in fact. It does not resemble DF in the slightest, and anybody who tells you that is like smoking some nonsense to try and get you to buy this game. This game is a city builder, not a colony builder. It's got more in common with Pharaoh and even games like Factorio than Dwarf Fortress. Anybody telling you that this game is like Dwarf Fortress is just trying to get you to buy this game. And honestly, it does scratch a similar itch, but mechanically and gameplay-wise, it could not be more different. This is a production line game with city management. Yeah, like it's not a knock against it, but it is definitely like not that thing. Okay, so 2 days worth of food. That's what I need to see go up. I need to see the grains go up. And I'm gonna suspend building of this field, so we'll just get this one going this year. Because these get harvested like now. There goes my grain! And then our bakeries can get up and running again. This will massively increase general happiness, like overnight. Do you not hear the... Should I turn the music up, Bonesaw? I turned it down because it was, like, extraordinarily loud. Like, the songs are like... Da, ba, da, 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 ba, da, 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 da. All right, now we've got 400 grain. Heck yeah. So we're now at the point where we are consuming 60. We are producing 60 bread, and consuming 24 wood plus grain. And we are now producing still less than we're making, but at the very least next year we'll have another farm. So that's good. Let's just make bread. No, I was showing off the feeling that is produced by the songs of 6. Bread emote when? I think there's a bread emoji, so you'll have to use that. There used to be a running joke in a stream that I watched years ago. Streamer quit streaming a long time ago. But they had this running bit where he would... when he would get up and leave the stream, his chat would post the bread emoji, like when you go take a break, and then try and make the bread emoji disappear before he got back. I'm not even sure why that was a thing, but... I mean, it kind of looks like a loaf of bread. Also, you could make potato bread. Potato bread's pretty good. Sure, I'll take the extra hands. So once these 3 are up and running, I'll just nuke these 2. You had potato donuts before? Those are crazy good. I believe it. Never had potato pastries, but... Actually, that's not true. I've had, like Japanese potato pastries before, which were pretty damn good. So currently we got 4 days worth of food, but I also have, like, quite a lot of bread making capacity left. Oh, I see. We just don't have enough rock. I'm also going to need to increase the size of my rock mines, methinks. Although I do have 24 odd jobbers, so... This is new. It appears someone tried to settle here, and your people found a small abandoned outpost nearby. Not much of use remained after so long, except for pottery, which was relatively intact. Judging by the pictures adorning some of the jugs, the culture of your predecessors is extinct, and hopefully your settlement will stand the test of time better. We won't, but I appreciate the optimism from the video game. Considering I just brought in more people and now we don't have enough space for our housing anymore. I'm gonna make... Just kind of hurts me a little bit inside that stuff never quite fits. You know, one of the ways I like to build in this game is just kind of scatter stuff around seemingly at random, especially like the little houses. Like when I get a little closer to like down here, just go click, 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 click. Just place little houses, make little like fucked up looking little villages that are super suboptimal, but are cool to look at. Hasn't that always been the case, though, Star Sector 2543? Where, like, the Hunter House produces very few actual things? I mean, it literally is producing meat right now, so... I don't necessarily agree. I mean, it's in very small amounts, but... If you hunt by hand, then you, like, destroy the population of the animals and you get less every year. At least that's the way it was in the past. Anyway, sure, noted, but... Not gonna worry about it too much. What can I do? What does it cost to level up the markets? Pottery. Which I did just get some of. I'm gonna unlock fancy markets. Did I not just do that? Better looking stall. Put 10 points into it. I don't actually know if I did that or not. Wild. Okay, let's go over to you. Squint at the tiny ass UI. Near a map boundary? We're pretty close to a map boundary. But that's good to know. I didn't know they did their hunting off map. I mean, maybe, so I guess based on like that person's experience in YouTube chat, if you're building like a hunter in the middle of the city, that would make some sense. How many points do I need to put into this then to upgrade fancy markets? Hold left shift, click disable. Forget the technology, 25% of the points dedicated will be. Do I need to put 100 into this? Like I don't understand this. I have it. Well, then why can't I upgrade it? Okay, now I can. Why couldn't I upgrade it? Okay, well, I give up. I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a loss. No, that's what I was doing, Salty Bread, but the button was still grayed out. Like I was hovering over it and it was grayed out. I closed out, checked again. It was selected. Double checked a different one, then went back and then tried to click it again, and it still wasn't there. And then backed out again and then opened it a third time and then it was good. So I don't know. Maybe it just took them a little while to realize. Shrug. Yes, I do. I do know that removing them from the lab will make you lose the knowledge, which is one of the reasons I dearly, 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 dearly miss the old mechanic where you could preserve knowledge without having active laboratories by producing fuckloads of paper. So you could have like one guy and essentially have infinite, maybe not infinite, but like a significantly higher amount of resources by just simply like, how do I put this? Just having a really big ass library, which, man, I miss that mechanic. That was a cool mechanic. Not quite enough housing, which is a bit of a problem, but hey, we're coming out of the winter, so. Maybe. They may have just not moved the pottery to the warehouses yet, but it looked like they had, so I don't know. That's probably what it was. Or something like that, anyway. Oopsies. Road tech is broken for its cost. I'm sure it is. I mean, that just gives me different varieties of roads, right? Oh yeah, it would give me paved roads. Those would be useful. I feel like I almost always end up going for like swimming pools and stuff pretty early. We'll allow a new layout for our food stalls, which will increase our eating satisfaction. Sure. But those I probably need to upgrade now too, right? Yeah, okay. I'm going to make a bigger stone mine. Tis time to upgrade this, methinks. It will take a little bit to build that, though. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go dismantle. We're going to nuke these. And build another one to use. Fungus roads? Fungus roads upset people. Like, they're, I think. I might be wrong. Or are the fungus roads the underground road? I really wish that highlighting those would tell me what they're good for. Is it this? Yeah, fungus highway. Yeah, it's good for the bug people. And the other bug people. Not very good for humans. Humans, we want the cobblestone road, the paved road, or the dirt road. Well, the dirt road's just like a 10% move speed buff. It's plus 10% speed, plus 20% speed for cobblestone. Which is also kind of a lot of stone that it requires. Take me home, Fungus Roads, to the place where I dissolve. No, and also you've needed to pay for the upgrade on the structure for a very long time, by the way, Salty. Like, that's been the case for years in this game. Yeah, the humans get happy when they see the paved roads, but they also get a move speed bonus. You know, why would anybody want to make a bricked road? That seems like a kind of busted existence. Yeah, I really wish just hovering over this would pop that menu up, but... oh well. Yeah, so I want these so that the humans like them. Such snoring sound. We're ever called stoners is an insult? That doesn't sound like the sort of thing that people would call a mason, because that's very much like a craftsman. I'm just gonna get rid of this. Oh wow, so I can't build over top of that. That's not cool. So I'm nowhere near enough housing currently. 250 is the next big milestone for populace, I think. With their poor workmanship? I don't know. Historic insults are fun to learn about, though. Completely unrelated, but... I also have way too many jobs. Almost at the point where I might just make like a really big one of these. This is my furniture industry. Actually, hold on. Game music. Ambience. I'm going to turn down the pooping sound. Wait, is pooping ambience or effects? I don't want to hear less pooping. It's starting to bother me. I need to reinstall the make pooping quack like a duck mod. Best mod. Underrated. Nope, this should be activate. Poop mute is in fact a mod that you can download. I don't think it's an in-game option, but it is a mod that you could install if you wanted. All right, well, we should be getting a huge influx of this stuff soonish. Grain will be coming in, and we can start a bread manufacture again for the year. Looks like our wild grain just got harvested too. Can I name the well Slop Pond? Done. Adaptable beater. Your pond is my slop. I mean, maybe not, but. Okay, when you begin harvesting, I will accept these peoples. Although that is 34, and we don't have 34 houses available, so. I actually don't know how that got screwed up. Why don't I do it this way, actually? Stick to doing it this way. And let's also make some apartments. The Earthbound marketing for Songs of Six, I am too young for that to really even bounce on me in a way that I would even notice it or recognize it. Apologies, but Earthbound isn't really something that I have any nostalgia for. Hopefully my livestock don't care about noise. Missing workers? Yeah, they're all skinny dipping. There we go. More workers as a go-go. And my housing goes down to 2. Great. We now employ over 50 in our stone mines, and as a result, this combined experience is boosting performance. Boosting will continue up to 1,000 employees. Lovely. Do you think they get paid vacations and time off, chat? I don't. Typical corporate spiel, I say. That's one of the reasons I turned it all the way down to minimum interaction. Everything is as peaceful as I could set it, Gordon. It's almost always the reason I stop playing this game is when I have to interact with the combat. You know, it's really weird. It's like I've never played a city builder with combat where I've enjoyed the combat, yet whenever I play a city builder that doesn't have combat, it's the most complained about thing, is that it doesn't have combat. I've always found that completely fascinating. Bread making, on the other hand, mwah, pretty peak. Speaking of bread making, let's embiggen the bakery a wee bit. Curious, how big are you? Why don't you tell me the size? It's 7 by... 9 by 9, so this is what? That is currently 9 by 9, so in order to do this, to do a little pillar, and a little pillar, and you might be like, this is a really weird place to put this. Yeah, because I'm going to delete these. Probably make 2 of these. Let's also expand you. Line you out by 1. Ah, damn it. That's what I was hoping to avoid! Oops, that's not what I want. That's what I want. You and you and... Nope. There we go. That gets how it's 149 asterisk. What's the asterisk? Oh, that's the maintenance cost, I guess. And there we go. Although... There we go, we'll do that. That went out of mud? Oh, is that my problem? You know, the differences between the different stone types in this menu are extremely unobvious to me. I would actually install a mod that just, like, says, like, the material type, like, just has a picture of stone. But I guess there isn't, like, a picture for mud. But... Okay, there they go. Send it. So up here, I've got, what, 67 workers and 14 at that one. I should just, like, get rid of this one. But thanks for pointing that out. I wouldn't have noticed that. Or I would have, but probably way too late. Same goes for stone. Oh, is that why it was telling me to build the thing? I get it. Okay, makes sense. Too late now. Actually, I should just go renovate it. But also... Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna start this over. How go the little microbes? Deconstructing, actually, not building. Trying to build a big bakery. Okay, I'm not certain I agree with this, though. Although I guess I made it bigger. Yeah, no, like, that's chat. You're not necessarily that correct here. This is like the exact same amount of supports that they need. I mean, it's a stone building, which is what I had it as. So no, I actually don't agree with that. That it does need supports. What are you talking about? Thank you, it's too late, and also I never would have figured that out in time. And I also guarantee you I would have also clicked a button that doesn't really matter. Also, I'll say this about backseating, right? Backseating is useful to a point. If I'm asking questions and looking at a menu, quite useful. If you tell me something or offer a tip after I've already closed a menu, it's just kind of frustrating. Just for whatever it's worth. It's like, it's not that, like, I know that you don't mean anything by it, but it's like a, well, it's too late now kind of thing. That almost never is beneficial after the fact. All right. Oh, you're not being helpful. For clarity here. It's just things are helpful to a point, right? Hear me out. You said that you never played this game at the beginning of the stream, Pink Primeval, so I wouldn't listen to anything that you had to say anyway. As much supports. Well, then fucking who cares? What's the point of telling me? Has coffee upgrade? Should I interact with this? Nah, I won't. I love it when people in any chat are just like, has he, implying me, done this thing yet? You know, you could just ask me. I'm right here. Yeah, you can confidently say bullshit. Of course you can. You can always confidently say bullshit. You might get bullshit in response, but if you're willing to accept bullshit, you're always you're always welcome to offer bullshit. I'm actually really curious about how many employees this is gonna take. But yeah, even if you get like snarky responses from me, don't take it personally. I don't mean anything by it. Snark is my love language. What's up, nerds? How's the year so far? My foot still hurts. My knees still hurt. I have coffee. Pretty good. I slept in the first day of the year by kind of a lot more than I was expecting to. Which honestly was kind of lovely. I haven't slept in that much in a long time. So I would do that part of the year again so far. How's your year been so far, Pilot? I think I'm gonna move this toilet to like over here or something. Or maybe up to here. I think I'm finally at a point where like we're not suffering for farming supplies. You're only showing up for the stream, Punt? Hi! Good to see you. Please don't tell me that in the future. Skill gets kills. Never feels good. Always feels bad. Just say hello. Uni's starting back up. You're rather apprehensive about some of your classes. How so? Okay, so I'm gonna need, how much? I'm gonna send me 50 people. Okay, I'm just gonna grab use. Just throw one up here. Actually, I'm gonna show you guys what I mean when I say I like to build houses in little funky patterns. This is my favorite way to build houses in this game. It's just doing shit like this. It's like, is that optimal? No. Is it gonna get people stuck? Probably. But I like doing it because it looks nice. You worked for 15 hours in December and you don't know how long it'll be until your next trip? Good thing you're on salary? Are you like just on call? Where have you been flying, if I can ask? Yeah, if you right click, you can choose how many you want to come in. If I recall correctly. I do want to bring in all 50 though, especially because we're through winter now. But it's a matter right now of like just having the housing capacity ready. But I'm just happy that we managed to keep up with my bread supply and actually have like a surplus of bread. Yeah, it's like here where you can set like this, so I can be like, bring in, I don't know, 20. Because we'll have enough in a moment. I usually just bring in all of them and just make sure I have the capacity for it. Oh, isn't 250 a ability rank up? I guess not. Sag. You're on call, normal rotation, 18 on and 3 off. That's not too bad. Was to take day-old chickens from Tennessee to Mexico. Aw, you got to transport the chicks. That's kind of adorable and also kind of amazing. A+ job description. So I'm gonna go grain farms. Let's actually just make a bigger grain farm. There's not a lot of moisture there. Why is it telling me 5% moisture? Don't understand. As I feel like that has higher than 5% moisture, but I guess it doesn't tell me. We've gotten a crime, chat. Someone went and did a crime. Big Sag. I do like those pop-ups, though. Those pop-ups are nifty. They're a nice little heads up. IRL Chicken Run. That movie fucked me up as a kid, man. Like, holy shit. Chicken Run was, like, scarring when I was 12. Was Radiators? I'm not gonna lie, Radiators significantly less cute sounding. I see. It tells you when you unclick. This is me fucking up the water table. Let's go. I'm doing these right angles purely for aesthetics. Flying a plane called a Metroliner, a silly plane designed by a crazy person, held 19 people when used by airlines. Very small. Well, maybe not very small. I've ridden around in a Twin Otter. That's a very small plane, but... All right, let's bring in the extras. Get in here, peoples. Okay. I'm going to scroll and look for... Does anybody else miss when this was smaller? I much prefer a smaller workshop screen so that I could see everything on one screen. And it irks me a little bit when I can't see all of the tech on one screen. It's like, so much scrolling. You were 8 months old when you went on a plane? If you lived where I live, for $50 when they're on sale, you could take a float plane from one city to another. I remember once maxing out hunting and that being pretty good. Probably gonna go for that pretty soon. Actually, might just grab that right now. I'm looking for warehouses. Storage, maybe? Is it logistics? Nope. That's what I need, okay. Needs basements. Basements, these nuts. Requires paved roads. Fuck, man. Which I already have. Do I just not have enough points for basements? Oh, it needs 30 points, I see. Petrified of heights. Shrug. Blindfold yourself. It'll be fine. Also, how do you know that you don't like flying if you haven't flown since you were 8 months old? I'm sure that you have vivid memories of the horrifying events when you were 8 months old, but... Just gotta say, I feel like... I feel like things must have changed a little bit in your physicality since then. You need 500 pops for a basement? Yeah, I saw that. I don't know, Chad. How do you guys feel about the tech tree in this game? Oopsies, can I not? No, I guess I gotta. Because maybe this is just me. And I know this probably is just me. But I do feel, in some respects, this game is a bit too limiting on what it lets you do. Because of its tech tree. But stop pooping so loudly. Jesus Christ. People are fucking disgusting. You'd like category tabs? Yeah, at the very least, like, filter it out a little bit better. The game used to have a much more Civ-looking tech tree, which I kind of miss. It felt a lot easier to, like, figure out what you were looking at a glance. I'm happy that we still have access to some bread. That's good. He's redoing tech again. Oh, lovely. Although, to be fair, that is the most this video game thing. Okay, fuck it. Hopefully he redoes it back to the way that it was it. You know? I would be quite content with that, actually. That's the doors. That's the button I'm looking for. Nope. This is the button. Nope. This is the button. Haha! Blind was one of the first people to stream Songs of Six. Fun fact. I played this game when it first launched into early access, and I streamed it before it was on Steam. That was a long time ago, though. It has been many, many years. All right, nerds. Get to labbing. You know, this is version 70, Bonesaw. If you did like 10 seconds of research instead of just making the joke, you would have been able to make a more effective joke. Ban that guy? You know, I used to have a bot command that if you said the word ban, would time out what you said. Like, basically, like, you could self-seppuku yourself by just typing in ban. So you'd say ban somebody else and then bop immediately. And besides, how dare I ban somebody for keeping up with the kids? Someone has to. You want me to push you over the edge? Well, stand and I'll give you a shove. Okay, so first off, I find the combat in this game to be extremely tedious. I know that there's been some changes made to it recently, but I still find it to be really tedious. But the plus is it's a very contortable sandbox, so there's a lot of different various options and settings at the start of a run where you can pretty heftily change the way that the city is played. So it's very modifiable in that way, so that's a plus. The second plus is there's a lot of depth to it. Every time I play it, I learn like 5 new things and feel dumb, not that I didn't realize it before, or they added things that I just simply hadn't realized were new, which both of those things are plausible and very much possible. There are bug people you can kill, and it looks awesome. Yeah. So there was a comment that I got a while ago, Fraga, on one of my tutorials for Dwarf Fort. That was quite literally just Real blind IRL fans watch the videos at 0.5 speed. So I guess so, yeah. It's not a colony sim. It has absolutely zero similarity whatsoever to CUD. I'm not sure why you even listed that one in the options. CUD is a RPG, not a roguelike RPG, not even a colony game, so I'm not sure why that is even a relevant statement in that question. What's my general assessment on this game? It's a weird thing that doesn't have anything else really like it. It is a very, very large-scale city builder in a style of city builder that you don't see very often. It does a lot of things right that makes me want to come back to it and keeps me coming back to it. It does a lot of things weird that appeals to certain people, not necessarily me all of the time. It has absolutely nothing in common with Dwarf Fortress, outside of the fact that there are people in a settlement that you control. So it has about as much in common with City Skylines. It's much closer to something like Anno, with a little bit of RimWorld style building. The combat is kind of like Baby's First Total War, but 10 times the tedium. There's a big overworld like civilization management side to it where you have to like deal with faction economics and stuff, which is interesting. It's just difficult to get into. Yeah. Why do people keep asking if this is like CUD? Like, serious question. Why? Like, CUD is about... That would be like asking, in what ways is this game similar to Need for Speed? It's like, well, you can press fast mode. I don't even consider this game a colony skits. I don't even consider this game a colony sim. Like, to me, in order to be a colony sim, you need to like get to know individual characters on an individual basis, and you don't really do that. Like, kind of you do, but not really. That's not the focus of the game. Like, it's more about macro management than micromanagement. Like, a colony sim to me has to be a very small group of people, and even like Dwarf Fortress is like on the edge of that. But there is enough of that in Dwarf Fortress where Dwarf Fortress is still very much a colony sim. This is a city builder. Just flat. Like, to me, this is a city builder that has a lot, like, that's kind of coming from the same thought process as games like Anno, and games like, games like Pharaoh, games like Zeus, but not so much in the way of like, oh, it's like RimWorld. The building is similar to RimWorld, but that's about it. In this game to all of, oh, there's definitely probably child labor in this game, and also, please, sir, can I have some more? Probably happens unironically in this world a lot. So those are the similarities that I can draw with Oliver Twist. What toilets require to upgrade? Where did I put the toilets? Pottery. I could upgrade one toilet. It needs 1,000 people. What does this require? Tools. So I should probably just do masonry. Or a ration maker, actually. Although we still are consistently running out of food every year. Which is obviously good. Sudden loud, scary lady music noise. What? It is nothing like any of those 3 games, Banter the Unbanned. It is a traditional roguelike open-world RPG with a written storyline. But it's extremely deep, and because I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, the developers of Caves of Cud and Dwarf Fortress are friends. They get mentioned in the same sentence sometimes, but it will forever just make me go, huh? when people ask if what's the similarities with this with Cud? None whatsoever. Actually, I think they both have lizard people. And there are human-ish things and orcish things in both. Unfortunately, I have no control over the volume of the ads on YouTube, and my microphone can't be boosted anymore. I would need to buy a more powerful audio interface to boost the volume more, or you would hear loud peaking fuzzy noises. Feel free to block the ads if they're too loud on YouTube. Can't help you out otherwise. Yes, it's very unfortunate that everybody gets their games from possibly the worst individual who could possibly give you the games, but at the very least, the worst individual, how do I put this, promotes games that deserve it. It's a shame, really, Banter. Truly. You know, this game had a thing on the to-do list for a very long time, Dumpster Girl, that was literally add hookers and blow. And I want to say the massage parlor was part of that. It's a damn shame, Leilus. It's a damn shame. Absolute shame. But, as I said, he promotes games that deserve it. Gross. Dirty bum. Yeah, no, there's like brothel equivalents in this game, and there's drugs. He added opium, and what was the other thing? Like hookers and blow, and there was also blackjack. I don't know if they ever got to gambling. Because it's not in my top 3. Also, I'm really bad when people ask me to give me top 3s of things. Anything. Top 3 favorite games, favorite albums, favorite features in a video game. I don't know, my brain just shuts off and I just default back to, Unemployment is at an all-time high, quite literally. Okay, let's start. Let's do 2 things. Let's go to export, which we probably won't be able to export, but we're gonna try and sell trying to read this. I used to just say a number, I think. Or there's another screen that shows a number. Got this farm going for next year. Next year, 173. That one's a bit of a waste. Brain go error 404, yeah. I mean, there is crime in this game. And stockades. I don't know. I don't sell things to people. I'm here to produce entertainment with dry wit and humor and play video games that I enjoy playing. And if you happen to discover games, then that's cool. The only thing I'm here to sell is subscriptions to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, which clearly I haven't sold to you. So that means I am a failure. I apologize. But I don't know. I'm not here to sell you video games. I'm just here to play video games I enjoy, and maybe you'll find something you like too. If I was here to sell you video games, I would be playing a game that would make me money when I sold copies of it. I bought 2 of those. Dirty bum. Well, that's good. No less. I will say, my biggest selling point for this game is if you are interested in it, go play the demo. The demo is the full game, but a older build of the game. So from about a year ago. That would be my advice. If you're interested in this, just go play the demo, because the demo will give you an idea of the current state of the game and what to expect from it. Where is the general farming boost? Thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. Banter the Unbanned. Appreciate the banter. Oh, I guess that would be what I'm looking for. Sag. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? I mean, the game already has opium, but is there not like a I think Tavern might have come out in the Hookers and Blow update. There's a barber? The fuck? And Vogel, thank you very much for the 16 months with Prime. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. At the rate we're going today, we're not even... we're like just past halfway to the daily minimum. I do not expect to make it. Not even close. Sag. All right, well, maybe we should actually see if farmers have been buffed. Looks like they can leave the map here. Thanks, Dirty Bum. And Dumpster Girl. Appreciate you too. That'll help out. We'll get there. I know this might sound weird, but like, I kind of never expect to get there on Friday. Especially if I'm not playing Dwarf Fort. Diamond, hello. It's like I'm trying to export furniture, but... Oh, interesting. What does that actually do? You gotta spend time with a friend? I mean, that seems like the solid priority. You spent a lot of time here today. You go do you, mate. And thank you very much for the train, chat. Appreciate it. I love the you have to have money to make money things. Always feels good. Where's that screen that I'm looking for? It's like up here? No, 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 no. Nope. Maybe it's here. Need 400 population for the next big milestone. Eh. But like that, here's the thing, I'm trying to figure out how to do that, right? And this is the biggest issue that I have with this game, is it, and you know, this is the issue that you have with probably most games like this, which is you can easily do that. Sure, I haven't found the button that makes it even remotely clear that I can do that, nor have I found the button that shows me how to do that. So, sure, I would love to do that. What? Click the coins and then the flag of your neighbor. I mean, sure. Offer resources. Give them a pile of what? Oopsies. Is that what I needed to do? Because, like, it certainly doesn't seem like it. It's like trade, sure. Offer. It's like the trade value is minus 6,000, so then I need to go here and then match it. And then just, and go to you. Trade. Offer. 9,000. Great. Now I think I have trade routes. Why don't you just let me have trade routes, game? Like, that would just be a much more interesting method of doing this. Like, you'd think that, like, that's the sort of thing that this game needs to have an in-game tutorial for. Or, like, some clear... Like, it's got tutorials for some things, which is good. And I understand that tutorials are hard to make. But it... I don't know. There's just, like... enough little roadblocks here. I mean, I would be very fine if my sub count went over 9,000. So I guess it depends on what's going over 9,000 in this discussion. Pilot. Thank you very much for the train chat. With the 13 subscriptions. It's probably twice the money that I've made today. Well, cheers. It's actually weird to me, Rodeo in YouTube chat, that this game actually goes on sale. They say they picked this game up on sale recently. Like, it's actually weird that this game has started going on sale, because this was one of those games that didn't go on sale for, like, the first 3 years that it was out or something. You know, there has been an enhanced tutorial being worked on since I started playing this game, Salty. Like, since 2019, the developer has been saying, I'm working on a complete tutorial for the whole game. And there's slowly been tiny little iterations added. I expect that at the rate of this game's development, there will be a comprehensive tutorial added for all the current mechanics by about 2045. But, you know, there is also this. Not that it's super useful. In fact, I think that's actually out of date. I don't know. I don't know what that currency is worth in real money. That's a Euro funny money. I speak Canadian doll hairs. And in Canadian Monopoly money, I want to say this game's like $22 right now. Hold on. Let me actually look at the price for this currently. I'll put it this way. I have a weird love-hate relationship with this game where I get mad at it and quit for 6 months at a time, but I've still managed to rack up about 140 hours. Yeah, it's $24. Yeah, that's a good price. Solid value for money there. Tons of content in this game for that amount of money. So quick, yeah, I know, right? I mean, Dwarf Fortress will have a complete, comprehensive, modifiable, and accurate tutorial by about 2070, so. I kid, I love these games, I swear. Still don't have money. Oh, right. I just want to sell you shit. Ooh. Why is this so unnecessarily tedious? Do I have to do this manually? What? Are you for real? That is nutty. Don't like that. Yeah, but it's still telling me it's like... But, like, there's tons of furniture around. I miss older versions of this game, chat. I really wish that I wasn't going to run into the exact same frustrations that I did the last time, but I very much am. Then don't buy it. Laylas, if you played the demo and you got confused and you're not a fan, then don't buy it. Because it won't be any better in the, like, full game, right? Like, truly, genuine statement. If you don't like the demo, don't buy the game. You are the best person to make the decision for your own purchasing power. Anyways. I mean, I don't really care Salty Bread is good. There's absolutely zero indication that this is even working. You know, like... yeah, I don't know. I wish that the game would give me some kind of indication that any of this is working. But it's not, so... Like, that's just... frustrating. I do appreciate the help, though. Need a source to pull from. Mate, all of my furniture is being constructed right here. I have furniture in a stockpile right here. It's like less than a screen's distance away. They need a place to pull from. Okay. But it's telling me there's nothing to fetch in the vicinity. I've got the radius set as big as I can. What am I missing? No, that's to sell to a specific faction, mate. That's got nothing to do with, like, proximity to get stuff. Best and closest. Like, this is closest person to trade with to set up an immediate trade agreement. Best to trade with is, like, the faction to trade with. It's got nothing to do with bringing the physical resources to the depot. Like, apparently we've sold one furniture, which I think I did manually a while ago. But, like... if it's working, why are these alerts here saying that it's not working? I don't know what you're telling me to click, man. Like, genuinely, I do not know what you're telling me to click. Is it this that you're telling me to click? Like, move up this bar? Because that's number of employees. Which I could increase, because that's fine, but that's... Second row under exporting. These? Why do I need to set this, though? What? What? Like, it's got a pull source right there, no? This isn't far away. It's like a screen away, my guy. Does it really fucking want me to do that now for everything? That's psychotic. Who the fuck designed that? Because there's a default pull source. Anyway, I think I should just ignore that entire mechanic and just hope it functions. That's like kind of where I'm at this point, because like nothing about that makes sense. You're probably right. Salty bread is good, but like when people wonder why I bounce off this game, this is why. Like, it's got a lot of ideas and things that I should really like. But in practice and reality, you know, that's what somebody once said about my depression, and it was never true. Dirty bum. Why do those walls look invisible? Weird. Maybe it's because it's surrounded by farms. Oh, I see why. It's because there actually is no walls there. There's reasons I play games that I want to play and know that I will enjoy, and don't play games that I don't want to play and know I won't enjoy. Shadow Empire being one of them. Oh well, at least we have bread. Potential problems. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, those are full? I mean, I'm aware of this. Let's see, is that? Pause. What is my preferred way? My preferred way is that you give me money. I don't really care how. There are several different ways that you can give me money. Personally, I would prefer Twitch because it goes into my paychecks and is the easiest to pay taxes on. But like, there are several different ways that are listed beneath the stream. You select the way that you want to do it and work from there. Prepare to be ransacked? I mean, I have all of the combat set to 0, and I guarantee you, and I can tell you for a fact right now, if I get attacked and my shit gets taken, I will close the game and uninstall it and play it again in a year. So, just so that you're aware of where I'm at with this game at the very moment, like, I want to love this game. I really, really do. But every time I try, I realized pretty quickly that, ooh. Chat, can I get a round of beer? What's crappy about subbing? Subbing on Twitch is literally the best way to support me for 3 reasons. 1, reminds other people that you can subscribe. 2, it gets you around ads. 3, it directly supports me. And 4, it gets you emotes. It's quite literally, like, there's a reason why I tell people to just subscribe on Twitch. And also because it helps keep me above 70%, which is, like, the biggest boost to my income I've ever had. Top 3 ways to support the stream. Number 1, through Twitch. Number 2, through my blog. Number 3, direct tips. Prime subs are like a free trial, but yes, they do absolutely give me money. Especially, like, if you already have access to them. Oh, there's a... do that. That's worth something? Well, thank you. Lilas. I'm sorry for pronouncing your name differently every single time I say it. I come and go on those storms. I don't mind the storms, but sometimes I find the flashing of the thunder a little bit annoying. Although I did find a setting once to turn off the blinky lights, which was actually quite nice. Should also make more fruit farms. I also realize that I make it sound kind of weirdly dire when I'm just like, game is frustrating, but I do honestly feel like this game is its own worst enemy. You know? It's like when a game is really good, but it has like enough small annoyances that like it almost becomes hard to recommend. This game has like borderlined on that category for me for a very long time. Where it's like, on one hand, really like the game. Really want to see it improved, really want to play it. The other hand, it's like 89% of the way there, but that 10% might actually be enough at times, and has been enough at times, to make me go, you know what, nah. And Bane, thank you very much for that 10-pack. That's extremely kind of you. Appreciate it, man. But now that I've got money... the question is... this is the god that these guys worship, right? Let's find out. So these are the different populations that worship these different gods. That's interesting. I didn't realize that they gave little bonuses to everything. Did you ever really leave, though? Dirty bum? Okay, let's go temples. See what I need for this. Alright, hold up. Oh shit, I should be making speakers. I forgot about those. Shrines, that's what I need. That just takes stone, that takes wood. Stone, and stone. Let's just build us a shrine. Oh, interesting. For some reason, I don't recall these being in the game, but maybe they were. And also you down here. You're just gonna take wood. Oopsies, that's not the button I was looking for. Maybe actually wood and furniture. And you. You. I think actually we'll just do this. Keep the animals, keep that, keep that, and just make you one of those. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Get rid of you. Increase this. Increase this. Increase this. I'll be fine for right now. I tried to make an orchard once, and I want to say that we starved to death before it actually started producing. Although this was in a much earlier version of the game where you just had orchards by default. I don't know if you have them right off the bat now. Oh, no, you do. Like, they're a very slow ramp up, if I remember correctly. The humans seem to really like them, which is interesting. I also always forget you can make benches in this game. Speakers are the things that I should make. Give them some entertainment. Time to make some town criers. Gotta have angry man on pedestal. Once again, out of food. Six, 7 days until we get fruit from that farm. 5 on that, 6, 7 on this one. Good stuff. Where is random animal I can eat? Gotta go get some food. Alright, we got that shrine built. That should help some things. Didn't actually do much. It's going up a little bit. Looks like they actually just want graveyards. I'm a little bit amazed that this isn't like... I'm just gonna import some clay. A little bit amazed that that isn't like... making any sort of a dent. In my research anymore. Am I just spending it that fast? Because I find that kind of hard to believe. Currently I have 8 innovation and 10 knowledge. And I need 10 innovation for this. Noted. Well, we'll get there. I haven't done orchards in a very long time in this game, Eric, if that's what you're looking for. So I'm not entirely sure how they work these days, because they've probably changed half a dozen times. No, it does. It always takes like a few days for them to like truly get pissed off. Although I feel like if I was running out of food, I would get upset about it right away. But I mean, I guess starvation takes a while to set in. Because it's like, this is per day. So currently like it's plus what, 0.02 per day satisfaction. Whereas, like, occupation, they're not super thrilled with. Just don't have enough work. I feel like what I should do is just increase the size of the carpenters. So let's just make a big carpenter. Because I need big work. Much gerb is what we need. Taking long is a good thing? I don't know. You tell me. I haven't played enough of this game to really know. I also don't think it takes super long. I mean, once it kicks in, but, like, it takes a while for them to get pissed off at the starvation. I guess I don't really know how to answer that question, nor do I really have a way to answer that question. Like, I can only give you accurate responses on games that I've played enough to actually be able to give you accurate responses, and this is a game where I quite literally do not have any real means of telling you a accurate answer because I do not know. Aside from that, I can say, I'm frustrated with this thing at the moment. That's about all I can really say. I had about 100 citizens follow and the others aren't being catered to. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Well, I made a shrine, I didn't make a temple. But it does seem like this is about 40% of, it says current worshippers, 40%, 17, 26, 17, so I should make one of these. Which, I don't know if having a temple district is a good idea, but thunk. How was New Year's? New Year's was pretty good. I slept in afterwards, because I was up pretty late. So, good in that respect. But tiring, you know. It was a long day. No complaints, though. So I guess I did unlock masonry. Okay. I'll start refining them rocks. But yeah, I had a good New Year's. No complaints. It's obviously a good New Year's when, one, I have no complaints, and two, I have the ability to be like, and I slept in the day after, so yes, I was up pretty late. I think I went to bed at like 2 in the morning. Mostly just posted on social media and then went to bed. I don't know. It's been an okay year so far, but, you know, not really far enough in to say much. I need metal. Right. I need to import 7 metal. Eight metal, actually. Heavy metal. Okay, so I need 10 metal. So you... Right. Can only import one of each thing. Can I be more specific about this? It's like, I literally just want to import 10, but... Oh well. Those are expensive. I'll take a minute. Because it's Songs of 6. Yeah, I remember doing a bunch of that when they first added religions. At this point, I just kind of want to increase general happiness, though. Although I don't know if having competing religions is necessarily a good thing. So far, it just seems to be a good thing. Because realistically, like, currently the biggest problem is I am perpetually out of food. Like, I don't think I've had food actually consistently since I've started this entire playthrough. Which is kind of funny, actually. I should really get rid of this farm. We'll let them harvest, and then I'll embiggen it a bit. So if you haven't seen any films as of late, I've seen plenty of movies. Since wait, hold on a second. You realize it's been like a day and a bit since New Year's Eve. I mean, Star Trek Nemesis is not a very good movie if I remember correctly. So maybe you're not missing much. Also, looks like they've already got the metal that they need, so I can now stop importing metal and go back to importing clay. We're actually burning all my wood now, finally. Well, burning through it. So now I'm going to copy you. And this is just going to take cut stone. I have 2. I mean, we get a ton of food right around this time of year, and then it all disappears. Yeah, I've already got 2 hunter buildings. But what I may do, actually, is just start importing grain. Like export furniture and other things, and then import grain. I think that's part of the reason, like, part of the things that I do actually miss about older versions of this game is there was a version where right at the very start you could sell stuff. Like, import-export just worked right away. And I really enjoyed being able to just be like, well, I'm starting. I'm going to sell half of my rations and then just buy clay and then make pottery because, like, pottery was all available by default and start exporting that and then use that to the money I made from the pottery, the profits, to then just build a clay mine and just start making clay and pottery and just start exporting everything and then never actually have to farm. Until I had the population to just make a huge farm all of a sudden. I really liked being able to do that, and it kind of bums me out that I can't. Like, I feel like I have a lot less options now, but that's just one of the reasons, like, you know, being perpetually spoiled by Dwarf Fortress, I guess. Okay, so now what's the output of this? 204. The input of that is 40. Okay, so I can make, like, 2 more of these, basically. And that's going to give me a big-ass cut stone industry, and these people are going to have the loudest fucking houses on Earth. God, those are going to be noisy. Once this stuff's all harvested, we'll have a ton. Actually, okay, fuck it. Let's just not import clay. I'm going to just import fruits and make some fruit farms and just try and catch up on food. That's what I'm going to do. And this could be made less funky shape, but... It's interesting hearing people's opinions on the graphics of this game, Laylis, because it's like either people think it looks amazing or they think it looks horrible, and there's like no middle ground. It's like one or the other, period. No in between. Looks like we are harvesting all of the grain. Cut stone is also a pretty solid trade good, if I remember. Accepting. It's about the same as furniture. I feel like I don't understand how the knowledge stuff works. Hold on, let me just see. What am I missing? Let's go. Metal smelter, coal mine, ore mine, that clay pit, wood cut. I could make a woodcutter. Currently, I'm literally just manually cutting down stuff periodically. Brewery intakes what? Wait, really? Oh, no, I see, okay. Takes grain, coal, so I need coal for that. So I can make a charcoaler. Could allow me to start outputting coal. I think that also makes more efficient bread using coal. Yeah, slightly more efficient. No, okay. Just allows you to make higher amounts of bread. How many employees does this have? It's 53% moisture, 100% moisture. How many more people do they want to send me? Because I don't know the housing for it. 18. I mean, if you like zoom in on buildings, like you physically can see them decaying. They get like awful crap all over the floors if you don't build janitor. I feel like janitor is like one of those things that is so wired into my brain that like I don't think I could forget them. Yeah, like right now this janitor is covering everything. Thankfully you don't need many janitors. I mean, this area is going to start needing them again, but you really don't need a lot of them. This farm field needs to go away, by the way. So I can make this look less awful. Let's do something like that. It's not going to be the highest priority, or the highest value, but it'll work. Old school TV vibes? Wonder why that is. Basically everything Toby named. This is a city builder. Dwarf Fortress is a very different kind of colony builder. This game is very much about macro overmanagement and huge populations. And very mechanical, like spreadsheet-based management. So what are the differences between this game and Dwarf Fortress? Basically everything. The similarities more or less end at they both contain people that you can manage and dwarf-like populations. So until I have like 10 food or 10 days worth of food, I'm like not going to do any major population increases. Those are going to get loud, so. So I want to get through my grain faster, get that stuff produced so that people can have bread. I think it's terrible, max sale. But you could probably say that about most games tutorials. What's funny is like there's spots in the wiki that like I've noticed in my time even today playing, where it's like, oh, this is like not even up to date, like it's not even current. No, just cancel. Like I've learned more from chat, thank you very much, and trial and error than I have from the tutorial. I think when the game first released into early access, the tutorial was like surprisingly okay, but yes, from you. I've learned everything I've known from you. Who else could I possibly have learned it from? Let's check out the... religion approval is going up, so, you know, it's taking a little while, but... I wonder... Must increase my status level. How many people do they want to send me? 43? It's real tempting. I learned it from you, Pink Primeval. Bit of homeless has never hurt anyone. As someone who was homeless once, disagree vehemently. I think that like importing food is so far being a little bit helpful. I just want to get some fruit farms. I used to always just start with fruit farms and nothing else. But I started off with bread this time, which I'm not regretting. Because bread is really high value. So when we have it, they really like it. The problem is there's kind of a lot of bottlenecks to get bread done. Just want them to work on this. That and, well, I guess that's already done. The thing is, like, unemployment also upsets people, which I don't know why. Like, they can just go get food, like... Actually, something, speaking of food... Restaurant's the thing that I might need to make. But, like, these are my workforce of, like, not unemployed, but, like, low-tier workers. And believe it or not, they don't actually really like being low-tier workers. They much more prefer having other jobs, even jobs they don't like. Which is a very human response, I guess. So I'm just trying to get most of these people employed before I bring in more. Like, get most of them employed, queue up houses, and then get them to work. Also, when there's snow on the ground, people can die from exposure, and I don't have fancy clothes available at all. So they are like, basically, the only thing to keep them from dying is these hearths, if it's freezing cold outside. My experience of being homeless was mostly couch surfing. Like, I was employed. I just couldn't find an apartment I could afford at the time. You find it hard to feed your population in this game? I find that... Okay, so the ways that I've gotten by without any food problems in this game is start off with a bunch of fruit farms and play as the orcs. And then you'll just have fuckloads of food. But admittedly... that was some time ago. So I don't know if that's still, like, a way to do it, but that was how I did it back then, and it seemed to work quite well at one point. Yeah, orcs are the pig people. This game just doesn't have green orcs. They're still orcs, though. Thanks for all the farting sounds, game. Appreciate it. I mean, I could bring some elven population in, but they would really, really hate the humans. They also don't like living in stone buildings, which is what most of my buildings are made out of at the moment. So, like... yeah, because I'm using stone. In fact, actually, I could upgrade to grand buildings pretty soon, because we actually have cut stone now. Alright, so now we've got that. Now I've got 400 people. Let's activate some jobs. Get those other bedrooms made. Hey, Walrus. How's things, man? Thanks for the $1. Appreciate ya. Also, chat room, don't worry too much about the daily minimum. I think we haven't reached it, but we'll probably reach it passively at this point. Actually, no, we've reached it by $1. So appreciate the sub bombs. Cheers, guys. I wonder if, like, merging these two into one big field would produce more than having two separate smaller fields. Which means actually we probably reached it by about $3 because it takes about 10 minutes for it to show up on my revenue. Shark. There are no doors. If there are doors, there was doors long time ago. Unless they're like a decoration or a late game unlock, I don't think so. Like, the way you used to make doors was you would build the building and then go into, where was it? Like, one of these various screens, and then you could, like, manually add doors into the walls, but that seems to have vanished. I don't know. Yeah, like, but gatehouses are for walls, though. What, just like, oh, what's the... Is it Trailer Park Boys? No, not Trailer Park Boys. What is, like, the 90s movie / TV show where they, like, slide across the hood of the car and then in through the window? Fuck. I have that GIF in my head. Someone in chat could probably help me. Dukes of Hazzard. That does sound like Dukes of Hazzard. Was Dukes of Hazzard really that much older? It's definitely Dukes of Hazzard is what I was thinking of, but... Well, the good news is I have bread. We're still selling furniture. And we're importing fruit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to here and just say fruit farm. I realize this doesn't have the most moisture, but that's okay. It's 91. It's totally fine. Okay, what part of this is disconnected? Oh, that's funny. So I'm going to just put all the fruit for a bit that we're importing into that. Bah. A weird political ideology has spread amongst your most educated subjects. Democracy. This seems to offer no advantages compared to despotism, and that you can see, but your citizens seem to think it has merit. Here I was expecting it to be socialism. While the movement is in its infancy, it would not take much to focus on it. More deserving focus on other more deserving despots. But doing so will harm your relations with them. Alternatively, their intellectual leader, Claire Kleinmaxwither, could be removed, which should resolve the situation. What's the negative of just focusing forward? Ew, democracy. I mean, I agree with that, actually. Can we just skip democracy and just go straight to socialism? I wish it would tell me what the outcomes here was. Well, I'm not Russian, so I would never do a thing like that, Salty. Ignore just reduces loyalty a bit? Well, I mean, aside from the homeless population, loyalty's fine. So I think I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm actually kind of curious to see where that goes. Increases loyalty of your citizens, preventing riots and usurping, gotcha. But increases opinion. Oh, interesting. From other factions. Okay. Actually, hold on. Something I should do. Services. Nope. Access. Yep. Let's increase access to this and access to that. I'm also going to go here. We're going to make a... Do you have a market? No, it's just a food stall. Make a bigger market down here. I think this might be my favorite song on the soundtrack. It's very jammy. That's 39%. That's 49%. Okay, so people seem to like the god of murder and death and blood and guts and whatnot a bit more, so we'll give them another one of those to shrines. Road. Let's just look. What do I have access to? Paved road. These ones are liked more. Oh yeah, something that like you should remember is when you're building roads, make sure that they go into the doors. Otherwise, they have to step through mud to get into their houses. I'm not sure if there's much of a negative to it, aside from the fact that it looks better to have roads go through the front doors of the house. You thought there was no doors? Well, there are doors. There's doorways in and out of the buildings. Like, this is a door. This is an open way in and out of a building. But there's no physical piece of wood closing the door, which is real fun for the communal pooping in the toilets. So there is doors, but there isn't. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? No? Good, because it doesn't for me neither. It doesn't exist. But you know what you could do? You could take a cassette deck and plug it into your computer and put a 90-minute cassette tape and then record the soundtrack like 24 times on it, because I'm pretty sure the soundtrack has like 5 songs in it. There's like less than 30 minutes of music in this game. Like it's jammy as all hell, but there ain't that much of it. Like I don't think the soundtrack has gotten a single update since I started playing this game back when. It also means more meandery pathing, which I think like also could cause trees to grow back less. Because I've definitely seen like areas like this build up with dirt, and if you have a road going right across, so like if I do like a paved road and run it like straight across here, they'll just run this way instead of on either side, which in theory would make trees grow back quicker, I think. I'm kind of guessing. Oh, they want more wells. Well, 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 water have we here? As good as I got. What are we gonna do about this problem? And look at us, starving to death again. Let's go for a fancy well, and then upgrade our wells. And, right, I remember the tax office. Is this all for the overworld stuff? No, allows us to more construct. Okay, let's... Needs medicine. Oh no, that's rural health. Where's medicine then? Oh. So, posh relief costs 30 knowledge. Cool. Cool. The frequency at which it's like, oh man, I would love to build this. Oh wait, I can't build this? Wait, I mean, I don't even have the option to build this? Cool. It's like, frequent. Patch notes say 10 new songs? I haven't noticed any new music. When was that patch note? Yeah, no, it's just .ogg files. I did that when I interviewed the dev for this game. When I pick a game, usually it's just that game for the entirety of the stream outside of rare circumstances to be named. See in the V70 notes? Well, I haven't noticed any new music, so if there's new music, then I haven't heard it yet. Gotta love the whole starving to death thing. Thankfully, we have fruit now, so that's good. Which we're using to build this mostly, probably. Maybe we should... Intermittent fasting? More like seasonal fasting. Oh well, we're about to have a fuckload of grain and then can have a bunch of bread, so that'll be good. I also just realized I'm in an ad break, so I should slow the game down. My bad. I mean, I was feeling fine yesterday. I just didn't sleep well enough because I was up until 2 in the morning. And then woke up at 8 a.m. and went, I could stream, but nah. But no, I'm feeling fine. I felt fine the last few days. Aside from my foot. My foot still hurts, but hurts less, which is still good. Still not perfect, and it's mostly just stiff now, but like, I'm still icing my foot every night. But no, this is Songs of Six. You can just speed the game up a whole lot. Because this game has no real physics that it's tracking. Come on, how long until these are done? Today! There we go! Let's get that grain harvested. Let's get that bread made. They're gonna ship it over there, make bread. Ship it down here, make bread. I think I just saw somebody collecting clay, which brings us up to 20. I think I may start exporting fancy rock. I mean, sure. I haven't noticed the agriculture bonus. You mean just like this? It doesn't seem like that big of a increase, but I'll believe it. Might as well spend it. Because everything else just requires population. And if it gets me more grain, then sure. 0.5 is 50. Okay, never mind. That is actually kind of a lot. I thought this person's last name was Ninjitsu. I was like, excuse me? Who the fuck named you that? Your parents must hate you. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, if I can increase the grain, then that is worth it. I find the tech tree to just be a bit of an enigma, but that's honestly just because I haven't put enough time in. Increase the import rate. You get lost in the tech tree as well. I don't know. I think that Jake, the developer of this game, should play a bunch of Civ. And like, I mean, one of the good ones, not like, you know, the current iteration that needs work, but like, just look at the tech tree from like Civ 5 or 6 or 4 even. And just build that. Because like, that is just kind of peak tech tree. Like, you can't really do better than that, in my humble opinion. Actually just wait a year and see what my food supply is at in a year. There was an accident occurred. Oh man, I remember getting super pissed off at this. Lovely. Is there an OSHA unlocked? Like a work? I seem to recall there being like a safety. Work safety. Ah. Let's do that less, shall we? Oh no. Anyways, since your employees of our laboratories have plummeted, performance boosts have been lost. Okay, well, thankfully there's lots of people that are willing and waiting and ready to join and replace those wanted workforces. I also can have less people working in here for a wee bit because actually we're kind of pretty good on the whole rock supply. Yeah, that's one of those ones that I always forget about until it's just... the last time I played this, when I played as the dwarves, the Dandorians or whatever, we were building this big underground base, and I had this huge, like, metallurgy industry, and, like, was selling a ton of, like, jewelry and, like, tools and armor, and I was having a great time. And then in the span of about 2 minutes, like, I lost about 2/3 of my, like, entire population to cave-ins, and I was just like, okay. Like, I went from like, it was like 1,500 people or something down to like 800 or less, like immediately, and then a bunch of people left due to like everybody being pissed off. I was like, well, I'm just gonna turn off all my mines for a minute. Cobblestone roads are the faster ones, right? Yeah, those give the bigger speed boost. Okay, what are we in need of? I feel like I'm promising too much furniture for the moment. Although, no, we should seem to have enough. Especially now that I'm no longer selling it. Also gonna upgrade my wells now. Really? Hold up. Upgraded wells become fountains? I don't know how long that's been in, but that's really funny, actually. Also, very important question. Why is the animation not centered? Like, there's a little particle animation in that well, right? But it's not centered. It's like slightly top left. Or maybe it's the shadow that's making me think it's not centered. Is that centered, chat? Yeah, no, we have food. It's wild. There's much rejoicing. But also, I didn't stay up till 3:30 a.m. reading manga. Gotcha. Yeah, it's totally centered. It's gotta be the shadows. Maybe it's the fact that the pixels don't have shadows. It's gotta be that. I think I actually like the smaller upgraded well more. God damn it, game. Calm down with the farting noises. I mean, we do have like 1,000 bread now. I like how the faction's health went down to like nothing because a bunch of people died in that unfortunate incident. And it's like, well, hopefully that recovers. All right, there ain't too much I can do about it. Let's see what else I can do that I haven't built yet. That's usually like how this game works. Or how I've messed with it in the past is it's just okay, what do I not have yet? What do I need? I'm actually really happy that the human multiplication room is called a nursery instead of a breeder. It's like my least favorite part of playing the orcs. It's just like, yeah, I need to make a breeder. And the chat's just like, you need to make a what now? It's like, I didn't come up with it, man. Trains emissaries who can be sent on missions in foreign lands. Logistics, water, canal, culvert, moat, pond. Why don't humans like pond?
This number is spooky big now.
This is true. This is true. It is, in fact, spooky big now. Indeed. Audio, how you been? How was your New Year's? Thank you very much for the 103 months of the big sub. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Audio, who's been subscribed to the channel for too damn long, but I ain't complaining, and hopefully they aren't either. I'm making pools in the middle of winter. Seems like the appropriate time of year to build those. Hold on, there's just corpses everywhere still? Okay, I guess I need to make a... I need to increase the size of the body pile. There's too many flies caused by the copious amounts of corpses everywhere. They need canals, culverts, or pumps? Right. Those are just like a road, right? I'm just gonna nuke this. I'm gonna nuke this building. Well, okay. I need the janitor. Janitor important. So let's grab the janitor and move the janitor down here there. Dismantle. 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 I will say smart remove, not actually that smart. And then you. Just get rid of this one. Deconstruct all this, because I don't actually need that housing right now. And then we will build a canal through here, because I need to figure out how that works. You used to be able to just like expand and get rid of water, which was interesting. So do I just connect this to here? Or does that need some other step? Presume, looks like I need to put a pump or something? Water pump. I guess I needed to build this first, didn't I? Let's mess around until I get it right. It's kind of amazing, actually, that it needs furniture, but they'll get it built. That won't take too long. Should actually probably make another, not a bakery, another big old carpenter. Employ a bunch of people. Let's see if that works. Moistness, actually, I think is what it is. YouTube chat. I mean, hey, if this works, then yay, I figured out something new. If this doesn't work, then boo, I didn't figure out something new. Please work. Aha. Well. So this doesn't seem to do much. How do I increase the pressure of this? I mean, it's got workers, mate. There's no workers to add. Unless that's literally just how far it can push. Which is possible. Like, let's see. Does getting rid of those push it further? Yeah, it looks like it. So that's as far as it can pump. So I guess that means get rid of this. Get rid of this. Seeing the words humidifier and being like, there's humidifiers in this game? Don't be such a slave driver. I'm sorry. Water. Crystal water? Hold up. How come I can remove water, but I can't remove land? It's like... Oh, I see. There is a... it's return water. Return to the water. He's the most benevolent leader in God. I don't know about that. Don't give me too much credit. I'm literally trying to build a swimming pool right now. So, like, there's... outside of, like, maybe building a school, I don't think there's anything I could possibly be doing right now that should give me more credit. Just call me Big Boss Man. Or Greg. Greg is preferred, actually, Salty. There you go. Okay, well... So 35 out of 250. Pumps created through pressure. The workers in the pumps. And their the grades determined on the current pressure. So the system requires another pump, I guess, to complete. I don't actually know. I'm just going to let that sit for a bit. Also, I don't have enough housing now because I blew up too many of them. And let's upgrade these to... no, I don't actually have quite... Okay, no, I can do some grand buildings. Some NASA houses. Let's actually go back to the thing that I was trying to do, but not actually doing. Import grain. Or import fruit, rather. Cool. Extreme temperatures in summer, which means people are going to have to use that pool. I also don't have enough workers, so we should import more. Now we just have nowhere near enough housing. During a heat wave, lovely. Hopefully that's not too much noise coming from right there, but we'll see. It's a shame that I didn't archive all of them blazing. Everyone shall skinny dip. I mean, it's okay, right? We just built that swimming pool that's like right. See, it's packed. The pool's never been more full. So does this mean... Can they walk over a canal? I'm sure they can. Canal, right next to Cannibal. Coincidence? I hope so. We'll find out. This is a game that Von Galactic has been streaming. Von tends to have pretty good taste in games. Suspicious lack in food of stores. Oh, trust me, it's not suspicious. This is a known quantity for this space. This place tends to have very little food. There has not been a time in the time that I've run this place where we haven't run out of food at least twice a year. But deaths of starvation are minimal. I'm assuming that people are just used to it at this point. Need to build a road across the canal. Okay. With what button? I was like, it doesn't seem to want to do that. Overrides other jobs. Like, how exactly? It was already there? No. Okay, well, I don't fucking know then. I don't know what you're trying to communicate, mate. Because it sure as shit looks like they're just walking over it, so. Oh well. They just upgraded the roads then. Just curious if this will fill up with water eventually. Oh, no, you don't need to build a road. It's like the road's automatically there when you build under a road. Cool. The question is this close enough that it'll connect? So can I not go from a pump to a pool to a pump? It seems like it's connected. It seems like, okay, it seems like it's not connected to the system, actually. Sprites of the swimming pool are absolutely hilarious. Yeah, no, the skinny dipping. The fact that skinny dipping is a skill in this game has always amused me. Okay, so what I'm going to do here. Oh, okay. Well, actually, I can't do that. That seems like it should work, but... Oh well. A human can dream. I will just have to delete this pool and make a new one in here, because that's actually where I want the pool, but... I have a question. I'm not a human. When did you watch me last? I'm gonna scroll up in chat logs. You were last here in December 10th, 2025. So I've been growing this goatee out since October. Mate, you need to get your eyes checked. And as somebody with shitty eyes, I would know. Very much as well. And I appreciate it, Fanyogs. But yes, thanks for noticing my paste on beard that I purchased this morning. Why does that keep happening? It's like it's just not insulated because I built a farm around it. Oh well. Are crates not defined in that warehouse? No, that warehouse is just empty. Because that's where the fancy stone is going, which is currently being entirely exported. Or used for maintenance. See? I've done my best to turn off the military part, and will rage quit as soon as it makes me do the military part. Fanyogs, because in the sandbox settings you can like basically like contort like the difficulty, and I've disabled as much of the combat as bloody possible. Because I agree. Pretty wholeheartedly, actually. Okay, so then, if that's the case, then what I need is I need a canal. And I need to make a pump. And that should all get done. Yeah, I personally find that the military part is like just a little bit, I don't know, tedious, janky, but admittedly there was a patch that Salty in chat was going on about how it feels more responsive now, so maybe it's better now, but I feel like I still want, like, I need to like actually spend the time and give this game its dues. And I feel like every time I've just gotten frustrated with an element of it and then given up. And that is definitely just like a me fucking up problem. Like I shouldn't do that, but I have been. So let's see. We got 24 people waiting to join. We got plenty of housing, but not enough employed. Let's see. Are you connected? Yes, you are. There we go. We employ over 50 in our grain farms. It feels like it should be much more than that. This combined with the experience is boosting performance. Boosting will continue until morale improves. I mean, boosting will continue until 1,000 employees. Okay. You know, fuck it. Let's bring them in. Which gives us 4 days worth of food, which ain't much, admittedly. Kinda, I'm just gonna make another one of these. Grain doesn't count as food, which is why I have 650 bread. Grain itself doesn't count as food. Bread does. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm gonna run at slow speed. But that's good to hear, Salty. I don't know if it's necessarily it can be frustrating. It's like sometimes like, how do I put it? Or like why I sometimes find games like this frustrating. What I find frustrating about this game is like, I'll gain up an expectation of like, oh, I need to do this to complete this. And then I feel like the game curveballs me with like 50 things that I wasn't expecting. So like, maybe I'm expecting to, you know, have to make a certain type of item in order to progress on X like production line route, right? Like I need to produce clay to make pottery. And maybe I know that, and I'm not prioritizing clay at all. Instead, I'm going towards something completely unrelated to pottery. And then suddenly the game tells me that I need X amount of pottery and doesn't give me a way of accessing that thing aside from something that I can't access yet or something else. I feel like the game curveballs me, like it doesn't communicate the information beforehand. Like if I'm in the tech tree as an example and I'm hovering over a shop, like I could see an upgrade that maybe I could afford, which I'm not seeing any as an example here, but maybe I could afford this, right? It doesn't tell me what bathhouses require. It just tells me that I unlock bathhouses. So then I go here and I go bathhouse after unlocking it as an example. And then it's just like, also now you need metal and it uses charcoal. It's like, cool. So I basically have to build 2 other things before I can upgrade the thing, which will increase the population. And like that to me rarely feels like a rewarding way to learn. I just feel like I get a little bit further and the game punches me in the head. Which is like a me problem, not necessarily a problem with the game. And it also just means I just need to sit here and work at it more. But I think because a lot of stuff is like just locked behind a tech tree, it feels a bit arbitrary. And I wish it felt less arbitrary. That's more or less it. Off to D&D. Have fun at D&D. I will do my best to not oppress the masses, but I instead will try to impress the masses. All right. I wish I could just... Can I... I can increase the employment at these. I should do that. Although I don't know if that's actually going to increase the production. Yeah, okay, that does increase production. The more you know. Well, let's level up. We now have 5 hundo people. Which I thought that was enough to... 650, okay. Well, bah humbug. Yes, naturally, Fanyogs. What else would you insert here? Hopefully you're not actually being oppressed. I really like this bread supply, though. This bread supply is pretty good. If I do say so myself. Although, I do need more wood. And also, getting rid of all the bodies on the surface seems to have made people a little bit happier about the, you know, amount of lack of dead bodies. That's got a lot of employee. Let's kerplunk one of you over here. Let's also... 39%, 53. Let's bring in more of you. Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to the proper woodcutter thing. Getting close to the proper woodcutter levels thing. What the hell am I saying? I guess like the way like these pumps and canals the game wants me to run them is push them into an area where they would be useful. And then add pools in after the fact. That certainly seems to be what the game wants me to do. Let's see if that pumps enough for all that. If it is, then I will throw a woodcutter over here. Yeah, I feel like actual woodcutters are something I've always put off for an extraordinarily long time in this game. But hey, we are keeping up on the wood supply. It's just a matter of getting it moved. Thankfully, we got lots of hands. Also, chat, you guys see what's crazy about this picture right now? Have you noticed the difference of what just happened? We have officially had food all winter. For the first time in the history of this city. Actually crazy. I mean, how many years in are we? And we get a drought. The gods have forsaken the sticks. Great. The rains have stopped. If this keeps up, it will devastate our crops. Woo! Thankfully, it's the first time we've actually had enough food to probably survive this. Where does it say? Year 10. Only 10 years to have a consistent food supply. Honestly, that seems kind of realistic. I jinxed it. No, you did. Don't dare you curse me with this jinxing ability. You have no proof that I jinxed it. I think we'll be okay. Also, let's get rid of this farm in particular so that I can rebuild it. Or maybe here I should build the let's do a woodcutter right here. Extreme temperatures, lovely. Get into the pools, boys. Be rowdy. I also haven't finished making this pool, so. Speaking of. What else could I export? Maybe nothing for the moment. How do woodcutters work now? They plant a bunch of trees and then you don't get wood for a while. And then after a while you get wood. It's like, you know, the great IKEA forests. At least that's how I understand it to work. Okay, so this system requires more than one pump now. Can I daisy chain pumps together? I don't think so, so instead I will do this. Let's see. Used to be able to build them on top of existing trees? Certainly, but in this case, we're just going to wait for a while, although there are some trees along the corner here. Basically, they just, like, you designate an area that, instead of just clear cutting, they, like, periodically cut and sow and etc. You know, the game was all like, there's a drought! Oh no, the world's going to end! Yet, I'm looking at my food supply and saying, we're all the way into summer now, and according to this, I will have grain soonish. 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days. And I still have 3 days worth of food left, which means we'll only be out of food for 1 day. That is a record. That's all I would like you to know, chat. That actually is an all-time success for this city. The least amount of major starvation we've ever had. Thanks for your lovely prediction. Please tell me that salty bread is good is not, in fact, an oracle. Do not give me a cookie. I will not accept your cookie. In fact, I will wholeheartedly reject thy cookie. No cookies accepted here. I watched The Matrix the other day, okay? So I've got like cookies and oracles on the mind. Better soil equals better yield. Stuff also just kind of grows naturally if you like irrigate the soil, which the game has done for a little bit now, but okay, so now this will all start to irrigate a little better because of the proximity to this. So this is like 20% moisture, but like should in theory be going up. We still have bread. Just absolutely no exporting. Holy shit, that takes up a lot of employees. Well, I guess it's a really, like, see, this is how the farm, the wood thing works. So it's like 148 wood. 148 wood being produced there. Indeed. Speaking of wood, let's just make another one over here. Nope, that's just a wood fence. Wood cutter. Big old nutter wood cutter. Nope. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Look at the wrong number. Looking at efficiency here. Still at 100 efficiency. Well, send it. Because I'm still not like satisfying the need for furniture, which means I probably need to increase my furniture output. Which means in reality what I should do is I should build one more of these. Maybe two. And start getting rid of these. Still have 480 bread left. And more extreme temperatures. But we have 136, or 1,350 actually, grain lying around, meaning I could actually be producing bread faster. So we're gonna make another bakery. Imagine not starving. Can't, man. Can't do it. Challenge, result impossible. I mean, would you kindly? Laser chill in YouTube chat. I mean, they're not even breathing air when they're in the Matrix, though. When it actually came from Total Recall. It is a Total Recall reference, isn't it? I don't know. I think like the GIF ability of blue pill, red pill is better in the Matrix, though, let's be honest. What I think is fucked up is how the Matrix keeps predicting the future and is consistently accurate. That's the thing that bugs me. It's like every time I watch the Matrix, I'm like, God damn it, it's still real! Stop it! I don't like this. You were supposed to be a warning, not a... Oh well. Why are they jorking on the fields? What do you mean jorking? Question mark? Now they're going to start complaining that we have too much bread. We only have 4 days worth of food, so they're upset at me. Okay, the next thing I want to check. Forage. Forage all that, please. Oh, I need pottery. Well, that blows. I have like 20 bucks. But I shouldn't be selling that stuff, so. Okay, let's stop importing food. We're exporting nothing and importing nothing. A bunch of people want to move here, which is good. Our city is now impressive enough to attract our first tourist. Huh? Why? Must be oh, what's the word for those people that go to like war zones as a tourist? Like dark tourism? It's like a masochistic dark tourist. He's here to see our hellscape and help us starve to death by eating our food. At least we can charge him for it. He's looking for an inn to stay at. And visit a stone mine and a well. Uh-huh. Well, I don't have the technology for that, so thanks, game. Okay, well, the good news is there's space to make a clay mine, like right here. Or a clay pit. Hey, chat, you're a clay pit. Anyway, I'm going to make this. I'm going to make that. Nope. Bigger. That. Nope. That. Nope. That. Nope. Not big enough. It's going to use 85 workers. Nowhere near enough. But I don't even have enough housing for my people at the moment. And the game's all just like, you got tourists. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Go away. Why are you here? Who told you this was a good place to visit? We don't have enough housing for our people, and you're just like, I'm a tourist. Fucking tourists. Is to clay pit? I mean, hey. You just get to pit this clay at each other. Imagine living in the house where the way out of your house is directly into a culvert. It's like, you know, just like large parts of the world. What the heck is crystal water? Can I pave roads across this? Nope. Well, I don't know what's up with that. At least they can go into them. Yeah, I seem to recall reading the patch notes for tourists and, like, you earn money and such. Like, I've got nothing against the tourist. I'm just joking about the fact that he wants a place to stay. It's like he's looking for an inn. It's like, well, should have like checked Google Maps before you walked here. I'm just trying to make humor. Okay, let's... I need additional bread storage. And additional pylons, probably. I don't know. Although, something I could do is I could just lower the amount of fruit storage there and increase the amount of bread storage there. Tourists must have loved bread. You know, to be totally fair, I go out of my way to go to a nice bakery once every other week or so, specifically because I like their bread. So maybe me and that tourist are kind of the same. And I didn't even realize. How silly of me. Man, a lot of those extreme temperatures. I need 650 to get my first noble, but I could be mistaken. You know, I always forget that this is even an option. Does anybody else who play this game forget that benches exist? And that they make people happy when you build them? It's like, all right, yeah, I can just like get some happy points, some easy happy points by just plopping benches fucking everywhere. But they do take up furniture, obviously, but at the same time, it's like, why do I never remember that those exist? It's like something I remember exists very much in real life, but like in a video game, what the fuck's a bench? Also, I clearly spent quite a bit of money on that. I'm actually like kind of impressed that I've managed to have like no... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to you, import. I would like to import tiny little bit of steel, not much, just a wee bit. It's expensive, but 4 additional, that'll get the other masonry shop done, and then that'll speed up the output of mason shops. I also should make another technologies workshops, one of these. Another laboratory. They called your city perfectly mediocre. Congratulations, you are, I don't know, chat, what's a perfectly mediocre city? You're Edmonton. Well done. I would throw shade at American cities and call them perfectly mediocre, but honestly, that's the nicest thing I could say to Edmonton. In fact, maybe I was too nice. 2 years in a row. 3 years in a row? 2 years in a row. We haven't run out of food. This is crazy. Cleveland? Sure. Copenhagen? Really? I've heard good things about Copenhagen. In my mind, I would have placed Copenhagen as severely above average, or slightly above average at the very least. Although maybe everybody... Actually, I would say that about Nanaimo. It's like, it's fine. Once we get clay up and running, and once we start having a clay supply, I can start making brewskis. Although, I still need coal, but... I clearly have far more than enough wood. Okay, so I do require more woodcutters as well. Because otherwise, we are going to run directly out of any and all food. So I'm actually going to do something a little silly that well, thinking about saying, should I just import some wood, but let's chop down some trees instead. Because I do need that for my bakeries. All right, chat, an ad is about to start. I'm gonna slow down speed. I'm gonna zoom out to about here. I'm gonna go take a toilet break. I will be right back. You know, it's 4 o'clock, but I thought it was significantly later until I went and looked at the clock just now. Because it is, like, dark. And, like, I know it's still the time of year where it gets dark pretty early, but, like, it is dark. It's, like, went from being, like, kind of sunny a little earlier to now just being, like, pitch black outside. And from what I can tell, that's, like, entirely, what's the word? Just the fact that it started raining. Like, it started raining not too long ago, and now it is just, like, pitch dark outside. Dark-ass clouds. Scary clouds. Probably left a glowing review. Where do you see the reviews from the tourists? I would love to see this review if they left me one. Above tech points. Even my cemetery back home is more lively than this hive of soft skins called the Sticks. Ah. You know, honestly, I've been in some pretty lively cemeteries in my life, so it's probably fair. I also am really happy that we called this place the Sticks. It really suits it, I gotta say. Well, hopefully somebody ships me some of this stuff pretty soon. Actually need... Nope. Nope. And then offer... Four loaves of bread. And some rocks. Four loaves of bread and 60 rocks for 2 pieces of metal. Seems like a fair deal. I just really need to get this up and running again, like now. How you doing today, 1 sock, 2 sock? How's things, mate? And before somebody makes the joke, because I'm thinking it, I will say it. No, it is not, in fact, a perfect dark outside. It's just dark. So, do you guys think that we're gonna have 0 days worth of food again? That would be like the first time in, actually, the first time in quite a while. Although this is the least food that we've had since I stopped importing fruit. And I guess we've also brought in more people, but let's go back to importing fruit. And exporting. I don't really have a surplus of anything. Good news is that's up and running now. So I'm now producing about twice as much fancy rock as I'm getting rid of, which is good. Which is good. And there we go. Nope. It's all being used up immediately. Probably making a pool somewhere, aren't I? Gonna dismantle this. I'm sure these people love this. Sorry, I got rid of your pool. Culvert? Yes. Nope. Not culvert. What? Canal. Food is optional. I mean, I've learned this based on the earlier months of this build, but now I've got a whole bunch of this stuff. We also did this in time to actually have a supply of wood. And even though we're in the negative still on the wood, there's still enough just like lying around that I think we'll be okay. Here's hoping. I'm also probably gonna need to put like a little construction area up here. Or a little housing area up here. Maybe not. We'll wait until we're making clay, which should be done quicker now. This up here, I'm just going to put wood in. Actually, shouldn't I have put that further down here? Yeah, I should do that. Oh well, I'll keep that there too. back to work today. Back to that time of year again, hey? Hopefully good back to work, you know. Hopefully your time off was long enough that you're, you know, getting, I don't know, antsy is maybe the word I would use. Like tired or wanting to get back to work. Because I know that, like, when I worked jobs where I got scheduled time off like that, I always had, like, this point in time where I was just like, nope, it's been 2 weeks. I need something to do. I'm bored shitless. Also, I screwed this up. I wish I could plop the door on the back of this. Just build it into the back of that building. It's a little annoying that I can't actually. Fully prepared to go back to work on Monday, but you weren't actually scheduled until today, so you got an extended vacation. Oh, hell yeah, that's even better. I think the next thing I need is just a bunch of, like, laboratories. I also need to hit that population window. Like 650 people, I think. Are you not building that wall piece? It's a little awkward. All right, well, you don't need any of that, don't need any of that, don't need any of that. Do want a little bit of coal, but I don't have any production for that yet. And I'm going to say wood. And then you up here. Settings, actually. It's just going to be for clay. Clay, and also wood. And grain. Mostly clay. Because I now have minus 66 people working here. There we go. What did that say? Disaster struck in someone else for a chance, for once. Canub, in particular, was devastated by an unfortunate events, but your demise... or demise? I don't even know what that word is. Peaceful by comparison. People from the most parts of six are looking for a better life, provided by your capital is attractive enough. So am I just going to get plus 20 people? Not that I'm really seeing. You miss vacationing at altitude? What do you mean by vacationing at altitude? Exactly. Experience loss. Since some of our stone mines have plummeted, performance boosts have been lost. Wait, what? I mean, I guess so. Careful, game. You keep telling me things like that, and I'll start farming the salt mines. Like that. The good news is we are seemingly able to keep up with the bread demand now, which is very good. We also have a supply, seemingly, of furniture now. And soon we'll be able to start making pottery, which is very good. And And now we're about to have no employees whatsoever. Because everybody's going to be doing unrelated things. I'm going to take everybody off of here. Maybe like 2 people. And they're all just going to go into here, hopefully. What do I need to increase the general feeling of happiness here? I mean, really what I think I need is I need more tech. 2 more. That or just keep clicking this button whenever people become available. Because suddenly there's going to be no free workers. In 5, 4, 3, 2, no. Minus 18, okay. Let's just drop that down to 3. Go house. I'm hoping that's close enough for them to be able to work up there. Just also going to eat up all of my furniture supply all at once. Did you know, say hello? In your door fort, you tried to set up a gift shop like you do, and the way you set it up somehow is more efficient. Sure, I believe it. The gifts immediately get dumped by the minecart, and the minecart never gets full. They rotate the gifts without delay. Oh, I mean, yeah. So you're running it as a just as like a what's it called, an infinite stockpile? Yeah, I mean that'll totally work too, but it will queue up more jobs. I like to put it on a bit of a delay timer so that sometimes the items get stuck there for a bit and then get unloaded. I do it mostly because it lowers the number of hauling jobs. Yeah, so like that absolutely would be more efficient. No, that completely makes sense. That completely makes sense that would be more efficient. But I try not to do stuff like that too much because then I end up. There we go. We now have a surplus of wood. Perfect. Because that would just queue up so many individual jobs that it would like kind of overload a lot of my service routes. So that's the only reason I don't do it that way, but you could absolutely do it that way. All right, so now the question is, what the heck do they need? I've got plenty of fancy rock now, so I'm gonna go here and make them a pool. A pook? No, a pool. It's no bathhouse, but... Actually going to remove a couple workers from here so that we have some odd jobbers around. Because we're actually like at a point now where we have enough bread. Okay. What else can I do? Let's make some speakers. Ideally not bows, though, because those things are expensive to repair and fall apart quickly. Oh, I probably need more lavatories. Build one of these. But yeah, it's good to know that little detail. I'll mention that next time I'm putting together a setup like that. All the years of city builders has told me that I shouldn't put toilets near water, even though that's probably totally not true. I'm at one of those awkward points where it's like, oh yeah, no, we just need to satisfy more things, and the question is, what? What else can I make? And their favorites are cobblestone roads, right? Well, time to build a bunch of... Wait, hold up. Humans like paved roads, not cobblestone. See how much stone this takes up. This might be a little bit overkill, but I mean, hey, ain't no kill like overkill, you know? What else am I missing? And I don't have enough workers anymore. Go figure. Let's remove a few from here. As they hopefully work on all these bits and pieces. But yeah, that would be my only like iffy thing about that. You know, say would just be the amount of jobs. Like that's the issue with quantum stockpiling in Dwarf Fortress is just job capacity. I literally set the difficulty for minimal war because I find the combat in this game to be kind of insufferable, Vantara. So everything is basically set to pacifist. And if it's gotten better, that's cool, but I would like to actually get to a point where I'm willing to learn the combat, and I've never really gotten to that point. Because it turns out what happens is I just get frustrated and then don't want to continue. Oops, no, paved is what I want. So no, I am intentionally avoiding that. Because it turns out it's kind of difficult to like learn the like specifics of a game like this while the game is doing its best to like shove your face in with constant raids and sieges. What can I make? Lavatory market food stall. You need paper. Could make a stockade. Let's just do this. Just not entirely certain what humans require to make these function, but we'll find out, I'm sure. Let's make some cribs. MTV's cribs. Furnishings. Does what? Efficiency. Got it. Right, so I need to import a little bit of cloth here then. Accept cloth. And export. Almost at the point where I can actually export bread. But I'm not going to. Not yet, anyway. Also, chat room. Hey, Batome, it's good to see you. We're being very quiet because it is Friday. People tend to get off work earlier on Fridays, and things get quiet around this time on Fridays. The busier the chat is, the longer the stream will go today. The quieter things get, the sooner I will call it for the evening. I do appreciate each and every one of you, though, for hanging out today. And I think we've made it far enough so far today that I will probably do this again at the very least next Friday. Oh, hey, more people. I could set it to auto-accept, but I want to know when more people are coming. Six hundo. Progress is being made. Also should probably lower this. Just throw in some cloth here so I have somewhere to put it. Well, these are humans, not dwarves. Wench. What's really crazy is the fact that I'm able to make it this far without producing enough food for most of the time. I was going to make like a clothing size joke, but I'm not actually making clothing right now. In fact, that's one of the biggest annoyances that the people have with me at the moment. They're pretty happy with the amount of food capacity I've given them, but not thrilled about the lack of their food. Actually kind of amazed my carpenters aren't quick enough at the moment. I think maybe one of the ways to do this, dismantle room. Food was always a problem when you played this game. You only ever played as the fish guys. We were talking about this at the start. I've never played as the fish guys. I feel like the easiest ones to get going for me have always been the elves and the orcs. The orcs, you just make a bunch of big fruit farms and veggie farms, and you're like good to go. The elves, you just make a bunch of hunters and like animal husbandry stuff, and you're good. You have leather for clothing. You have meat, copious amounts of it, and then you're just kind of good to go. The problem with the elves is like, if you run out of local populations, then you just tank because it's pretty hard to keep up with the population demand after a certain point. So currently we got a net negative furniture. Whoa. I feel like oh, I know why I suddenly had a bunch of people. It's because I deconstructed the carpenter shops. That makes sense. I'm not entirely sure what warehouse you're talking about, YouTube chat. You mean this one? I mean, yeah, I guess they're running back and forth. I've also kind of got a lot of roads that are under construction at the moment. I'm starting to look like Austin, Texas. Oh my god, I've actually caught up with my stone supply. I guess that's what exporting it does. I can actually lower down some of the workers on my grain farms now, finally. We've actually got enough of a surplus of bread. Which is actually kind of insane to me. I need like 46 more people. Anyone have an idea of a building or something that I could build more of to... Guess I could just build a stockade? Road preference is better now. Well, that's kind of unfortunate, because all of these are going into unrelated things. Too many gerbs. How about I do something that will make the game bitch at me a whole bunch for a little bit here. Boom, there you go. Just have the extra 50 hands. Just get all these tasks done, friends. So I've got way too many jobs that need to be finished right now. Stage access? I don't have the unlock for stage yet, so I would have to make another laboratory, I think. This is such a silly little tech tree. I miss when it was smaller. Yeah, not even close. But all I have access to right now are speakers. I mean, like, equipment kind of sucks. I could try importing clothing. Although, I could actually make a potter, and we could start making drinks. We're pretty close to that point. Because brewery requires... No, because I need clay. Or rather, no, I need coal, not clay. I have clay. I need coal. Get it from 5 innovation. Do I have 5 innovation right now? And also... Yeah, so, like, I need to increase my laboratories count, which, like, I don't really have the population for. It's these bottlenecks, man. This game's just full of them. Okay. Unreachable. My ass. Regardless, it looks like they should be able to get those. Seems to be doing it. Entertainment. Nope. Only have 4, not 5. Game's lying to me because it's got 2 different currencies of innovation and knowledge. So it says it has 5 on this screen, but it actually has 4. Sneaky. I don't think that'll take too long to create, though. I'll just sit here for a minute. I can also shut down you, because I've got enough furniture now. And increase you. He says he's got enough furniture, but actually he super duper doesn't. Oh, shit. Fuck off, game. It's like you also need to remember like where you took workers away from so that you could put them elsewhere. Ugh. Do you have like a radius setting? I mean, because there's... Oh, I see. I thought I had clay right here. Fuck off, game. Quit telling me I know. I would think I would know if this was not unable to clay. No, it's not that they be lazy and refuse to work. I just don't know the population because I've what's the word? I've created an imbalance that I should have seen coming, but I didn't. So that's on me. I don't think it's the lab workers being lazy. I'm just, you know, it's just the early access syndrome of like, this is not as like. Although now Chad is saying that they are reworking the what's it called? That Jake is rebuilding the systems for knowledge again, and that's interesting. But like right now, it's very much just the early access problem of like, I just wish that I wasn't punished for expanding so drastically. When a lot of the time it just kind of feels like all I'm really encouraged to do as repercussions for my punishment is just like the tedium of going around and reassigning tasks from one thing to another thing. It's just not the most, I don't know the word right now, but it's not the most rewarding result. But c'est la vie. We'll make do. Entertainment, which I can afford now. Stage, was that it? Yep. So pretty cheap, all things considered. Although I have no furniture right now, because go figure. Because I've taken all my workers off of at least one of these, yep. But hey, that getting made will help. I don't fully understand this. It's like somehow it's like I should have like a net positive on furniture still yet. I never managed to actually have any furniture. Like that happens a lot where it's like net positive 4.71 furniture per day. So I should in theory have like a slow build of furniture, but like it just appears then immediately vanishes. It's like I'm not selling it or anything. I just don't know where it's going. Oh well, the good news is I do have a baby farm now, so. You're probably building with it? Sure. But even when I'm not building with it, I still don't manage to get a net positive. Also, wouldn't it tell me that I don't have a net positive if I'm using it by building? Wouldn't that be like the logical thing for the game to inform me? You know, like wouldn't that be a good piece of information for the game to provide me with, right? Because like this says I currently have a net positive. Shouldn't construction be a noted impact on that? Yeah, thanks, Captain Jackass. No fucking shit, it doesn't monitor in building. I'm thinking that that is a shitty way to describe information to the player. If it's a game about input-output and you're not telling me about my outputs, then what the fuck's the point? Bah! Like, if you're going to require that and not factor it in, tell me. Or, alternatively, don't tell me that it's there and, like, it should be a net positive. Because that just results in frustration and no real positives. Anyway, the stage hasn't done much. Maybe it's because I have no workers for it. But we'll see. Let's sigh. I'm going to shut down one of my bakeries for the moment because we got a good bread surplus. Minus 34 workers. How the oh, right, yeah, of course, the little laboratory I just built. Which I'm also going to nerf the capacity of. I'm glad you find this very funny, but I will just maintain it's the early access problem. This wouldn't be so frustrating for me if I hadn't played the earlier versions. Because in my humble opinion, as incorrect as it probably is, in reality, these problems were solved in earlier versions of this game. Which is why I find it frustrating. But, you know, nobody's perfect. No development cycle is perfect. Nothing is perfect 100% of the time. Well, I mean, like, it's been this way for a while. Oh man, I totally forgot that there was a turbo speed mode. Totally forgot about that. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I mean, they have to suck ass so that they can charge you more to teach you how to use it, right? Or because there's no competition, so they don't have to improve it. Oh, why trade is so important in this game? Oh yeah, no, for certain. And I have been trading. Well, not currently, but... I think, like, bottlenecks are an interesting game mechanic if the game tells you that they're there. But this game really doesn't. Fuck, I don't even have enough workers for the fucking entertainment, man. Okay, well, this ain't the most work critical thing. On the bright side, there's still food. That, I think, is the brightest side I got right now. It's just kind of a puzzle. You just gotta find the right pieces. Speaking of pieces, I'm gonna start importing tools, I think. Whew, it's getting windy outside. Felt that. Fun. Import. Tools. Export, not stone. I could actually export bread, but that's not gonna end well. Let's just export the fancy rock. What's the pathway to getting more people? I have to get further down the tech tree. Well, actually, I could bring in non-humans. I could bring in a bunch of orcs, actually. That would be a pathway. But I need to actually look at how much the humans tolerate orcs. Can't remember where that demand is, generally. Should build more torches. Statues and flower beds. Basically, I need to get further into the tech trees, but like don't break the balance. But I don't know. I could build nurseries, but that's not a super fast result, especially considering workload is low right now. Also, we could have up to 299 children. What? This is literally the... Oh, before the Steam edition? You'd have to... I have no idea. I listened to a lot of old game soundtracks. It was a lot of like FTL, various soundtracks. I don't know. I never had a playlist. So you'd have to send me the VOD in particular, and then maybe I could tell you. I also listened to a bunch of copyright-free music, which I purchased the rights to a number of years ago, and I don't think that's available anywhere outside of like music licensing companies. Which these days is just a fucking rat's nest of AI nonsense. So I don't really use that stuff much anymore. Yeah, well, I got more research now. Actually, something I could do is I could do a graveyard. Let's try that. Because graveyards actually satisfies kind of a lot of needs. I think they actually visit graveyards. Gotta increase the respect meter with trees. Let's just increase the size of this. It's basically just building a park. Oopsies. Yeah, sorry I can't be more help. in regards to the soundtracks thing, because like I genuinely do not actually know. YouTube might actually, like if you're watching VODs, YouTube might actually be able to say what they are, depending. I will say sometimes I did listen to the Stone Sense fan music, just not super frequently. Doesn't the fight pits require like stockades and prisoners or slaves? Because I feel like slaves would just piss people off right now. Oh, well, there was a copyright free. Well, not copyright free. There was the music I licensed years ago, which was like a one-time $80 fee. I don't even have that stuff anymore. But outside of the stuff I licensed, I used to go to OC Remix. Is that what you're talking about? You might be thinking of OCR, which is just overclocked remix. Which is just a bunch of remixes of old video game soundtracks. Yeah, but that's a whole nother tech tree that I need to go down with stuff that I don't have population for, right, Salty? Like, yes, you are very much correct that it would increase the happiness, but right now I'm trying to figure out ways that I can increase loyalty and happiness without requiring a ton more workforce. That's what I'm trying to figure out at the moment. Because, like, the thing that I'm lacking right now is workforce. So we can do things like, you know, make guards and work in that direction once I have the workforce. Well, stockades, because there's guard posts, there's stockades that you can make. So I could make stockades. Although I don't actually know if those function. I mean, I have a bunch of research points now. Yeah, no, like there's guard. The only thing I can make would be a stockade. So I can't actually make guards. I do need to research for that. I also need to make another pump. But we can do stockades from the looks of things. Right next to the entertainment for the bad entertainers. Huh? Okay. There we go. Now we're catching up again. Hallelujah. Yeah, I don't know. Like that, the only issue that I really have with this kind of thing is like it just feels so artificial that like you just stop getting migrants at a point until you like find the right building that the game wants you to make two of, and then it just skyrockets again. It just has always felt weird, but oh well. It's not a bad system, it's just one that I've never quite gotten used to the game moving to. Because, like, now things are just, like, skyrocketing. Bloodsport. If I hit that, we can get fight pits. Helps out the humans a bit. Can I make it bigger? Ooh. So this is just a different shape from the looks of things. It doesn't actually change anything. Right next to the graveyard. Now I just need them to work on this. Hey, someone actually recognizes the kind of game this is, Highlander. You are everybody else has asked me how much this is like Dwarf Fortress, and you're the first person that's like, reminds me of Caesar. It's like, holy shit, someone gets it! You just made me feel less old. Thank you. First person today. Dwarf Fortress, because that's my reality, and I like Dwarf Fortress a lot more. Like, in my mind, this game is like a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10 on a bad day, 3 out of 10 on an angry day, 8 out of 10 on a good day. Dwarf Fortress is like a 9 out of 10 most days and like an 8 out of 10 when I'm annoyed at it. So, I don't know. But that's also because I know the game better. That's a pretty easy choice. So how it's. Also, I'm a bad person to ask when it comes to that subject specifically. Because I'm obviously biased in the direction of the game that I know best, you know? I need 9 more people. The other thing I could do is I can make these 2 more of these like shrines, I guess. What's the little second percentage? Because there's shrine 83, 30. What's the 30 mean? True, you did mention Pharaoh. I think that was when we were talking about Pharaoh, though, CS Hog. Not enough people worshiping it? Gotcha. Oh, is that like the... Okay, I gotcha. Okay, I think I need a second one of these as well. Just gotta catch up to the amount of odd jobbers that we have. 4 more people. 2 more people. 1 more people. That's 650. Now the real question is, why haven't I gotten the ping that I have enough people now? Isn't it 650 that I need to be able to appoint nobles? Or for the next big round of thingies? Oh, I hit it. It just doesn't give me a pop-up. And it gives me chambers. Okay, I guess I did get it. The question is, what do I want? Sure. You're now a noble. I'm sure there's like a reason why you'd want to select a particular person as a noble versus somebody else, but... You just get an endless drought like in Pharaoh? Oh. I mean, like, I don't know if it's necessarily an endless drought. Also, I think you might be stuck in an ad. Hey, chat, how many of you are still listening? Can I get a round of beers? Curious. Looks more like Boston to me. Boston was pretty nice. It was a little cold the one time I went. At this point, I'm getting to the I will play until I get hungry mode, so... Not quite hungry yet, but it's getting close-ish to dinner time for me. I did eat lunch today, though. Oh, there we go. Look at this pool filling up. Lovely. Yeah, I don't think it's you get endless droughts if there isn't enough gods. I think you just get endless droughts if you over-farm. Like, if you suck too much moisture out of the earth, you start getting droughts. I don't think that's connected to gods. I think you just get riots and pissed off people. If you overproduce. Oh no. Looks like some people are getting hurt in the fight pit, and who's surprised? Oh, I see. Disease is actually what we're getting. I like how the hospital just uses opium. Okay, so we've got enough furniture, finally. I'm actually just gonna sell some. Did I ever get any tools imported? 32, yeah. Okay, so you... Let's increase the capacity down here. I also need a janitor over here, it looks like, because actually, now that I'm looking at this, stuff's getting all fucky and gross. It's finally getting to that point where it's like, yep, you need janitors. Increase the general cleanliness and upkeep of things. Like, if you look at these floors, they're all like grungy and dirty because it's all degraded. Building that'll fix that. There's some events connected to the goods, but no mechanics like that? Sure. Like, I know that there's some events where, like, if you have too much of a thing, it, like, gets mad at you and bops you in the nose and rinse, repeat. Where was that button? Guess they'll just bring tools periodically, which will speed up production, I think. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Not throne. What was the name of those things? Homes, chambers, that's what I'm looking for. Those require gems, not gems, gems. I'll get that queued up. I won't do anything with it. also need to make more house. Actually, why don't we make some of these? It's like heavy foot traffic areas. Low rent, you know? Best way to get healed is to forget you exist. Oh yeah, generally. Wait, what means very gnarly, Baron Balloon? What particular thing are you noticing is gnarly? You're saying highly seasoned floors. I know that another thing that often just like massively suddenly inflates population in this game, or has in the past for me when I've been playing, has always been getting a bathhouse built. So that's something we could work towards as well. Huh. This is a new one for me. The waters near your capital suddenly turned red and taste of rust. Events like this are allotted to the Sumerian and thus momentarily increase devotion massively. The possible end of 6 is a pretty good time to court the gods after all. Species with differently colored blood are distinctly unimpressed by the rust water, though. Huh. And here I was thinking it was going to tell me that was a bad thing. Hold on. Boosted subject 704. I have 688 people. I mean, I'll take it, but like, I guess it's maybe counting the people that don't live here. Is it actually going to change the color of the water? Oh, that's disappointing. If it actually made the water all rusty red, that would kind of be dope, but oh well. I choose not to be too sad about it. Well, they want crypts. Yeah, it's basically just I need to start making pottery. Chad, when you play this game, to those of you who play this game, do you make big building or one gigantic building or large buildings and put multiple shops in them? Or do you build a workshop per building? I think that makes sense. Because, like, I remember trying to do that once, where I tried to put everything inside of one giant building. I just found it kind of exhausting to try and keep up with. That's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. Got this for Christmas. You already have 277 hours in it. Well, you've got almost twice the hours I do, so teach me your ways. And I've had this game since it released, and since before then, actually. And then copy the area. Yeah, I only ever copy individual buildings. I never copy the whole area. Should probably do that more. increase the amount of furniture being made slowly. There we go. Here comes more bakers. More bread. You only played once and you went with giant buildings? Probably not optimal play. No, certainly. I know that, like, I remember seeing a stream of somebody playing this once, and they were essentially putting everything into one building. It kind of blew my mind a little bit. Just looking. Where is this in the inventory? There it is. Actually, instead of this, let's import fiber. Build some fiber farms. Trying to decide. Okay, so you canal. Can also widen these. Use a bunch of stone. I'm thinking about seeing if I can. Culvert transports water similar to canals, but does so underground and connects to the other culverts. Okay. Cotton farm, that's what I want. You can put everything in one building? Yeah, because like on these later, in this menu, you can just construct stuff. And if you just construct stuff, like you can just make a structure and then you can place just the zone without walls inside of buildings. Now we're talking. Hey, look at that. We are short on housing for the first time in a long time. Which I would argue, probably a good thing. Or a sign of good things. Mate, there's housing right here. It's moving right there, you lazy twit. How much pressure do you has? Not actually that much. It'll be fine. Since there are fear from distraction and sensory bombardment? I mean, noise is bad for sleep. I don't know if noise impacts anything else. I'm sure it does. I'm gonna bring in these more people, even though it's like completely demolishing my current housing supply. You know, it's funny. If you hammer the fastest speed once, it doubles the fastest speed, and you can actually get faster than the fastest speed. And I find that really amusing because it's just like, oh, game not going fast enough? Are you frustrated? Game not going fast enough? Well, game go faster now. There's something very funny about that. Oh, I see the problem here. My janitor overwork. My janitor need help. These are all running slow because they're all degraded. I think we're actually like kind of in a nice balance with the exception of furniture right now, but that could be fixed by making a janitor. Like we're actually progressing at a relatively consistent pace at the moment. Which is kind of wild. It's just all this stuff up here that needs to be finished up, but it'll get there. This can go back up to full. The other thing that I can work on is under food, right? Or does, oh, I see that needs a population of 1,000. Costs 40 knowledge. How do I earn more knowledge? Library? Which requires library tech. Okay. I will say the like research stuff, having 2 separate trees is a lot to like wrap your head around until you realize how it actually works. Where the heck is library? Okay, well I can't unlock it. Got it. Cool. More research, I guess. Where was my research? The building that I made. There it is. Also need to check that janitor because this area over here apparently doesn't. Get serviced. Where is not getting serviced by janitor? Alright, seems like everybody's getting serviced by the janitor. Seems like it. I mean, the market's degraded. Lots of things are degraded, but more people want to move in, so can't be that bad. Tons of housing's available. We're actually like clear for access. Yeah, it turns out all I needed was I needed to remove some workers from things, build another laboratory, get a fight pit, and then entertainment. And then once the fight pit and the entertainment were both cleared, then I was able to like move on and actually get what we needed done. Boy, oh boy. These are all getting worked on. Slow on wood, but that's okay. Actually need that to get worked on first, but let's cut you down to slightly more than half supply. Actually don't want many people work on that at the moment. Just want to get this stuff built. Entertainment in the middle of fuck nowhere. Just what everybody wants. Nobility passed. It is a sad day. My noble has passed away. There shall be much mourning, and we shall have fight pits in the streets to celebrate. Now I will elevate you. Welcome to the rank of noble, nerd. You earned that rank by being the first person that I saw with the ability to have it. And now a bunch of people are going to be sad, right? Big Sag. Remember there being a, I'm gonna declare a day off. Let's see if that helps. Which I think I did right. A lot of people just died. Although, we do actually have food. Just maybe not enough to satisfy all of these needy twits. We'll also permit them to have cloth. And I shall remove most of the workers from here. Go back up to you. Remove some of the workers from here. Do have space for 80 pottery. Back from making dinner and eating dinner and cleaning dishes. What'd you miss? It's been very quiet for the past 20 minutes or so, Bobtron. I'm mostly just fiddling with production queues and trying to increase my migration rate, which was going all right, and then my noble went and died. And then people got sad. So then I gave them a day off, and now they seem to be happy again. Although my production's going to go down because of it. Turns out. Funny how that works. I need to make more nurseries for babies. And just continue having a surplus of food. I mean, the bigger the surplus of food, the better, actually. I've also got a lot of buildings that have degraded, so I'm trying my damnedest to... Actually, we'll just smart get rid of that. So I'm trying my damnedest to, on top of, you know, all these other priorities, I'm trying to increase the general upkeep of the buildings, because that is something that I desperately need right now. But I need to be importing a little bit of metal, it turns out, as well, to actually upkeep all these buildings. So now that I've got fiber imported, we're going to go back to importing metal, which we are selling furniture currently. I don't really want to sell my... But, you know, actually we've got a pretty good income going, so... If we get furniture, then that'll... Or not furniture. If we get some metal imported, then I can continue dealing with the maintenance costs of everything. Because right now, we don't have enough metal to maintain things. That's basically it. Although I'll be honest with you, Bobtron, I think I might go get dinner pretty soon. Chat. It's been 8.5 hours of Songs of Six. Well, it's been 7 hours of Songs of Six. I probably talked for an hour and a half before actually getting into the game. We have 737 people, now 743. We have one noble who needs a shower and is now my noble of, my master of, if you will, carpentry. That was where they put that button. Which will give a pretty big boost to my production of... really big boost to my production of wooden furniture. $750 people. Not bad. Not bad at all. I can crank up my bakeries again, running at full blast. And that number is going up. Songs of 7 hours, yeah. So yeah, I will be playing more of this. I'm also, for a little bit of housekeeping before we wind down for the day, My plan for the, like, next chunk of time here, as in, like, stream time, is next week will be a little bit of a shorter week, and then the week after I'm mostly not going to stream. And I'm going to spend a week editing a video because I've got a bunch of outlines and a bunch of ideas and forts that I played that could be made into big movies, but I just haven't done it because I've been streaming 4 to 5 days a week. So I'm going to take a week off of streams, most likely, or alternatively just like very short streams. I'm not entirely sure. Probably just a week off of streams, unless like projects are mostly done. And next week's probably just gonna be a 3-day week. But keep an eye out on the Discord, I guess, for more specific notes as to when things come out and release. Yeah. I hope that you guys had a safe New Year, and I think that we're going to wind down for the day. Do you guys want to see more of this? What do you think? I'd love to know what you thought. I just said something out loud and I'd heard this high-pitched wee sound. I don't know what that came from, but did you guys hear that? It almost sounded like it came from the game. Weird. But if you want to see more of this, give me a rating out of 10. I'd love to know what you thought of today's stream. YouTube folks, I'm going to shut you down first. It's not a personal thing, it's just I can't raid out of YouTube into a Twitch stream or somebody on YouTube, unfortunately. So if you're watching on YouTube and you would like to raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Okay, well then it may... Maybe I've got like a charger or something that's producing some electric wine. I wonder what that tastes like. Definitely not grapes. Anyway, but yeah, if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Robot skeleton is malfunctioning. Yeah, no, it's the sounds of the rat. It's screaming. But if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you... Hearing it again. What the heck?